Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Leah. How are you?
Good. How are you doing? How was the site visit this morning?
Good. I was a few minutes late. I was about 10 minutes late, but I was the only one. And then as I was driving out back, I saw what's his name? I saw John driving in. Yeah. So that was that.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the rest of the board members saw it before the meeting, perhaps. Maybe they may have gone there to the site earlier. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they might have.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert, are you around?
Mhm. I don't see Robert there.
He's logged in. He just must be away from his computer right now.
So who's doing the consent calendar, Leah?
Well,
Hey, can you hear me now? Sorry.
I hear you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good, good. You know what? I know that we have another 2 minutes, but if you want to go ahead and take control of the screen, it looks like you and Alex are here, so maybe you guys can get the consent up and going.
Okay. All right, great.
All right. I'm new at running this, so it'll take me a moment.
So who has control of the agenda? I guess Robert is. Okay, very good.
There, can you see it?
Yes. Okay, so let's get started with this. This is the item, the consent agenda. This is Cuesta Verde, 5995 Cuesta Verde. Amy Taylor, are you here?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Amy. Let's see. Why don't we just go through the drawings? So there were basically two comments. The board was supportive of the changes you had made, and there was a comment to do some restudying of the the big window in the north elevation. Where can we see that?
If you go to sheet A 4.1, the exterior elevations.
Okay.
There we go. Can you blow this up? So this is the main comment, I guess. So what have you done there? You have it pop out of a few inches, or no? There we go.
So what the north elevation is showing is it's showing the wall flashing at the roof to wall there is an extra line. But what I did is I went ahead and I reduced the height of the upper windows by about 4 inches. And that dropped that whole roof plane down away from the primary roof a little bit to give it more space.
Is there a section that shows how to build that? Is that a detail 4.51? Is that the one?
Yeah, there's a section on one of the other pages, and there's a detail on probably A 5.1.
How about this section? What page would that be?
It's up a sheet or two.
Oh, you want to?
Well, if you go down, okay, wait.
Here's a section.
There's the section.
Oh, there it is. Okay, very good. Okay, good enough.
And then I also changed the window schedule on a 2.2, but that's about it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw the windows before. It looks fine. You had no interest in recessing the windows, do you? It just seems like it goes with this type of house, but it wasn't mentioned before, so I was just wondering if you had any interest in doing that, putting the windows on the back of the wall to show the recess.
For now, I'd like to stick with the detailing that we've shown. Most of the manufacturers now are asking for a 1/4 inch reveal around all the windows. to give a little bit of movement. So I think that's easier at the face of the building. And the owners do want a contemporary style to their house.
Okay, all right. Okay, very good. So so there are no other items. So I guess this is acceptable, and we'll make a motion to approve with the full consent agenda. So let's move on to item C2.
Thank you.
And Tony Zikas, are you here? I think I saw you somewhere there. Yeah, here you are. Okay. Let's see. Here you are. Tony, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, there you are. Okay. Okay, so what do you have for us? We have a series of comments on this. Let's see, there was a restudy the color scheme. Where are the colors on your package? On what page would that be?
Hey, Tony, are you having some audio?
So
It
it's
looks
all,
like the colors here.
they're white, it's all white, and you have vinyl windows that are also white. Is that what you're doing? Arctic white and white vinyl windows, and then don't you have some plastic? And plastic is also white, right?
I have a hearing program.
Yeah. So hold on a second. I want to do something else.
Alex, it looks like he has a Benjamin Moore ivory white stucco exterior as well. It just is, it looks blank because it's the same color as the sheet.
You know what, Alex? I think we only got half of that. Can you repeat that?
I was just saying, it looks like he's showing an ivory white stucco exterior as well. It just, you can't really see it because it's the same color as the plan sheet itself.
Yeah. So and you also have everything is white. The siding is white. I see it on page on sheet 5. You seem to have. I mean, everything is white, right? That's what it seems like. You could have something a little bit more interesting to you know. There were some comments about the color scheme, and it does say a darker color could tone down the appearance. Return with color board that presents complementary color scheme. So you know what. So white, and that's the. Are you keeping any of the original windows? I can't hear. Are you muted, Tony? We cannot hear you.
No audio from me, Tony.
Yeah,
Tony,
Tony, you might want to try calling in on a separate phone because we can't hear you. It looks like you're unmuted and you're able to speak, but we don't have any audio for you on our end. So maybe, Mr. Chair, if you want to move on to C3 and we can allow Tony the opportunity to maybe call in or try reconnecting and see if we can get him on the line then.
Okay, let's do that, Tony. We'll get back to you next. Okay. So I have questions regarding the which windows are existing and which are new, and why everything is vinyl and white. So that's the 2 questions. But we'll get back to you. Let's go back then let's go to item number C3 then. Okay, so this one is okay. Let's get back to that.
And Robert, if you feel pretty comfy, we can let you take care of these plans, but the applicant did offer to run them as well if you're more comfortable with him showing the plans. So it's up to you.
I'm comfortable doing it. If somebody wants to direct me on what sheet they want, I'm happy to do that.
All right, awesome. Thomas, I think that's your cue to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. The sheet that we would want to focus on would be A200.1 for the architectural, and the L3.1 for the couple landscape comments that we're addressing today.
Okay, so let's start with the architecture. B is the front entry on sheet A1.01.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, so that would be, what sheet is that in your set?
Yeah, you're on the right sheet. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so the comment was pertaining to a relatively small little canopy we had over the front door. And so we've done a couple things to address the concern. We've widened the door and added a side light to it. And then if you look at that right-hand elevation, that right elevation number 1 there, we've extended the canopy to reach out to the extent of that board-formed concrete wall and then rest on it. So it just creates a little bit more sense of enclosure at the entry. And I think that's what the board was looking for.
Okay. Very good. Okay.
And if you go down to the material palette, just below that front elevation, there was comments from the board to vary the color a little bit between the 3 buildings. And so we've done that with that P1 and P3 colors. There's 3 buildings and we're just kind of going P1, P3, P1, just enough to give the project a little variation without having it, have too much contrast. And so that's how we've addressed the color changes between the 3 buildings.
Okay, very good. So now we go to
faster colors.
Let's go to the landscape comment. Let's see, one ABC. So we need to go to the other set, right? To the other set of drawings, right? Okay.
Hey, Alex,
Yeah.
this is Alex. I just wanted to bring your attention to one question that the planner had, which is for you all to comment on. They aren't proposing any landscaping within the backyards of the individual units. They're small little backyard areas. So there, I guess, just a question on that, if you had any thoughts or concerns about the lack of any proposed landscaping and any suggestions for how to address that.
Well, maybe Robert should speak about that as well. I think in the past, I've seen it in projects where sometimes the board asks for trees, because especially major trees, and then give some latitude to the tenants, to the owners of these units to do their own landscaping. How do you feel about that?
However, from a legal standpoint, when I look at the plan scale, and
Sounds like somebody's trying to speak, but they're not here.
I can't really get around that. And if it's scaled on the LUP in one location, even if it's
No, it's just
Whoever speak,
Alex
it's
does.
hard to hear you. Well, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I think it's all right if whoever owns these units wants to do their own landscaping. It seems acceptable. I mean, they are proposing trees in the backyards, which are nice. How do you feel about it, Alex?
Well, I think they put the trees, which is the main concern, I think. Like what are those trees? They look, what kind of trees are those? Well, let's see.
Looks like they're oak trees.
things that I would be able to point to and say, okay, hey,
Okay, it seems like the 3 in the south have oaks, and there's another one over there. And then there's some other big circles. What are those guys? Let's see, look at
One of them has a red bunch.
Oh, they have olives and uh, and this one that looks like an enormous. Oh, it's sycamore. Yeah, a couple of sycamores.
It's a California sycamore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I mean,
I agree. I mean, let the people who own the units kind of figure out how they want to use the space. So. Otherwise, somebody plants it now and then they end up ripping it out to
Yeah.
do what they like with it. So
I think from the community standpoint, what's important are the trees, right? Like the things that are seen, they provide shade, they provide habitat, that kind of a thing. And the rest is
I
more
agree.
personal preference. That's my opinion. Just an opinion. Does it answer the question, Alex Tattle?
It does. Yeah, I guess there was just maybe a potential concern about if they were just going to be left in open dirt and handed over to the new tenants. But, understand the idea of giving individual tenants or property owners. I'm not sure if these are for sale or for rent units,
I think they're
but
for sale, right? I think they're for rent. That's different. I mean, renters don't usually invest in landscaping, but if they are rental units, I would be more concerned about that.
Yeah, this
Did
is
anybody-
Thomas Hashbar, Design Arc. Those are being mapped as condominiums.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So then we're clear with that. Okay.
Right.
So the comment number C was Robert, there was a comment about incorporate vertical planting to screen blank walls on all buildings. Is that done, or are you okay with what's shown?
can anybody from the team here speak to that, or without me diving into dissecting the whole
Yeah,
planting plan here?
Yeah, we can. Courtney, are you there on the call?
Oh, there she is. Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Hi there.
I'm just jumping on, so I'm not sure where you guys are on the agenda, but
Oh, okay.
looks
So
like we're up.
if you can address this comment, study ways to incorporate vertical planting to screen blank walls on all buildings.
Sure. Yes, so we looked at this very closely when I personally did this planting design. And so I think in particular, there was a concern with Unit 1 and the, I guess, southeasterly corner. So if you can, whoever's operating the plan, you could zoom in there just a little bit. But I think we have Ramnus, the John Edwards, which is the more vertical version of Ramnus, planted along that corner. So you can see those smaller green symbols that are in a tight row along the east side of that unit. That's where we have that wall that, without any fenestration. But the other thing I wanted to point out here too is we do have a solar PV shade structure in the parking lot. So that dashed line just east of Unit 1 is that structure. So, the visibility of that wall is not going to be as apparent as it seems when you look at it in plan view. But then generally, we can move through the project a little bit more, and I can point out some other areas where we have taller material. So yeah, if you could scroll down just a little bit, so on Unit 3 on the northeast corner, that's where we have the same condition, and in general on all the units because it's a repeated floor plan. So that's where we have that blankish sort of wall, and that light green symbol is another taller shrub. And so that's how we're addressing it. We wanted to keep the planting pretty simple. This is a modern design, so we have these larger drifts of ground covers and ornamental grasses, and primarily native. And so, I didn't want to have anything up against the building that's going to require a lot of trimming and maintenance and hedging. And so, you know, we were trying to sort of strike that balance, like address, you know, the architectural design and help soften it, but not block windows, and, you know, still provide some privacy between the units as well. And I can, you know, elaborate further on the design as a whole, but
No, that's
you
fine.
tell me what you'd like me to do.
I think there's adequate
Okay.
planting up against the building, and thank you for the description about it. So I'm happy to
Sure.
move it forward, given that explanation. So
All right, so we're good with this item. So we're gonna make this motion for all of the consent calendar together. So let's move on to item. We're gonna back to Tony Zickers. Are you back with us on C2? Can you get in? Tony, can you unmute yourself or? Okay.
should we go to number 4 while he keeps figuring it out?
Are you, hold on a second, let's give him another chance. Tony, can you get into this call? No? Okay, all right, let's go to number 4 then. Okay, let's do that. Which is the Thompson demo rebuild dwelling. Right. Brian Pollard. Brian, I saw you somewhere in there. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah. How you doing, Alex? Robert?
Good. Here we go.
Morning.
Okay, so what do we have here?
This plan is
Not much.
freezing my computer.
Yeah. Let's see if that first page, sometimes I've found the same thing. It takes a little bit to let that go through, and then it'll let that rendering work its way through. And then it basically, you can get through the other sheets pretty quick.
So we have only 2 comments. You only need to address these 2 things, Brian. This
Yes.
is a suggestion, not a mandate, to distinguish or change material between the driveway and the patio. Where can we see that? What page would that show that?
That would be on
6, maybe?
L1, just past the C drawings. You'll see an L1 there.
All the way to the bottom. Okay.
There
Is
we
that showing
go.
right now?
Yeah, if you zoom into that driveway.
Is this what we're looking at?
Yeah, there it is. New gravel driveway and parking.
Okay, and
So,
what are you doing there?
basically it's got its base and, chip seal and then a gravel over it. So it's just a rural kind of gravel driveway that we're trying to accomplish there. So
All right.
it's, I think that's,
Okay, all right. It's not particularly visible, and it's a
Right.
suggestion, so I guess we can let it go. And then we ask for architectural details. What page would that be? Oh, I see them right there on 40, starting on slide number 40.
yeah, D1 and D2. Yeah, 40. Yeah.
Where's 0?
Wait a second. We said structural details. Where were we? Oh, no, I'm sorry. They're in
There we go.
33.
Is this what you're looking for?
No, that's a structure. I'm sorry. I led you wrong. Go to
Yeah.
33.
Go back a little bit on that, Robert.
Slide 33 shows the architectural details.
Oh, here you go.
And also 34.
Yeah, there we go.
33, there we go.
So we've got exposed rafter tails, and then the TNG decking that's going to be wood. This is not fire, by the way, but those will be stained, and basically got some trellis details. I've also on the window sheet, I've got window and door details, but then there's another sheet of details. I think the next page.
Yeah.
So, and then the window and door details are on the other. So we've got, yeah, nothing changed from the other, from preliminaries. And the only other thing that we tweaked a little bit is the color board, which is the last page on the drawings.
Okay.
So we basically, the owner got involved with that, where we've got that hardy plank, which is you know, a nice, actually, I'm kind of excited about this artisan hardy plank that has a little bit of, I don't know, about half an inch reveal, and it's a square kind of reveal there between the planks. But anyway, that's going to be, these colors aren't showing it. I think we're trying to get into the oak tree color. You know, there's some oaks and some eucalyptus out there that are existing, large mature trees. But basically, that's kind of more of a green, and you know, more. It's a light olive color that is the field color. And then, as you can see with the rest of it, we're really working with that palette to kind of bring it all together. And
Okay, very good.
I think it's nice.
Any questions, Robert?
No, I think he's covered it. I like the colors.
Very good, Brian. All right.
Right.
All right. We'll move on. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to Tony. Can you get into this call? No. Okay. All right. Let's go to. We have an item 5, C5. Let's go to C5. Where are we? C5. Where is that?
Let's see. We want to go to. It's a handful of sheets here.
It's a landscape and it's a bar plans. Oh yeah, here it is. It's so the comments we had were let's see. Okay, there's a comment about paving and landscaping and return with photos and neighboring structures on this. So they were basically no architectural questions, mainly about site paving and landscaping. So if we can concentrate on that, who's here to represent this project?
I'm here. My name is Megan Hart. I'm here on behalf of Becker Studios to present these plans. So just going through the comments from last time, existing paving is excessive and would be better if hardscape was permeable. So I don't know if it's in this set, but we did submit some slip sheets to our planner just to clarify what is existing hardscape that we're going to reuse and what is new hardscape. So the whole driveway turnaround, and yes, that sheet right there, and the driveway where it's hashed, that's all existing asphalt that we're just keeping for cost purposes. We are extending out the parking area slightly just to fit the fire truck hammerhead. We're proposing a new chip seal driveway, a motor court at the bottom. That is all new. That's not permeable, but everywhere where we're proposing the top cast concrete pavers, there will be space in between the pavers where water can permeate through. Additionally, as you can see, there's a whole path around the entire 2-acre property. That's going to be a natural shale DG path that will be completely permeable. So for the most part, we're basically either replacing existing hardscape, reusing existing hardscape, and doing our best to just put in permeable hardscape where applicable.
I think that seems appropriate. You agree, Alex?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
It seems one of the other comments here was to show the neighboring structures, and it is the one that is shown on this sheet here the only structure that would be adjacent to this?
Correct. There's a property to the north, but you can't even see it from our property. It's pretty far. We couldn't even fit it on a plan sheet. And then to the south, again, the house is so far away that you can't see it and you can't fit it on a plan sheet at a reasonable scale.
Okay.
You go to the actual set, I think there's an even smaller site plan or the aerial site plan on the cover sheet that kind of shows you the outline of other structures.
And they provided photos here, it looks like, which was also requested. I'm not sure, do we want to go through these photos, Alex?
Yeah,
So that's the existing asphalt driveway that would be.
all right. Okay, it looks good. Yeah. Anything else here? For this?
I think they've addressed everything.
Do we need any details? Oh, yeah, I see the
So we
details.
are here for final. We do have details on sheet A6, 6.0 and 6.1, the very end of the set. So we did details for the decks, the trellises, or more or less awning covers. We have our material board. All of the materials stayed the same since our last review. Light fixtures stayed the same. And then we included all of our door and window details as well.
Looks pretty complete to me.
All right. Okay, well, that's good. All right, so we'll then move back to item C2. Can we get Tony back?
Alex,
Yes.
this is Alex. I'm actually on the phone right now with Philip Shooting,
Yes.
who for item C2, he's having, and apparently Tony is as well, obviously, are having a hard time connecting into the meeting, but they would obviously like to be heard. So worst case scenario, I can put Tony or I can put Phil on speaker and he could talk through my mic, I suppose, and maybe work through.
Or can we can also schedule them for later on if it helps at all, like after lunch or something like that. Would that be any different? Would it make any difference?
I'm not sure. There's some technical issues. I've heard one other planner having issues they keep getting bumped. So
okay,
it might just be that kind of day. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you suggest that we try to do it. How do we do this? How?
Well, let me put him on speaker and see if you can even hear him and see if that might work.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's really muffled.
Can you hear that, Alex, at all?
No. Not.
Good morning.
Phil, they're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah. Let me tell you what I mean. I look at the plans before the meeting, and what I saw. I mean, without maybe Mr. Zickes has an explanation or a better presentation. What I see is that the colors and the details are a little bit lacking in the sense that the house that the board suggested to use darker colors to make it recede, and everything that we see is basically white, Arctic white, which is really Arctic, and then we have the vinyl windows that are also white, and the plaster is ivory white. So that was one question, and the other one is the landscape, and I didn't really see the landscape colors, the landscape set. I can take a look at the landscape plan and see where we are. It's only one page, right? It's one page only, and maybe you can comment on. I'm not sure what that plan says, Robert. What?
Study this.
It shows one avocado, existing avocado, mulch, more mulch, a flowering cherry, a persimmon, some Bermuda lawn and a bonsai pine. And it shows that the existing.
Seems to identify everything as existing.
Yeah, it was. This is our comment. Our previous comment was to consider improving landscaping along streets by replacing dead grass with mulch. That's not a big ask. I'm not sure. Is this enough for that, or where are we?
It seems pretty minimal. I'm not familiar with this
Yeah.
site or what's going on here.
Mhm.
There's nothing really proposed.
Yeah.
It's-
Well,
other than to preserve what's existing, unless somebody wants to speak to this, or maybe I'm misunderstanding something.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question.
yes.
You know, on your elevations, what are the vertical lines on the roof? What does that indicate?
I don't think we have any applicant here that can answer questions.
Yeah, but the agent or architect and
Yeah.
designer aren't able to. They're having connection issues.
Yeah, you're having the wrong project on the screen.
Well, I was
C2.
talking about C2.
C2.
C2 on slide number 5.
Hang on. Oh, sorry about that.
Now go to
Slide
yeah,
number
there you go.
5.
That's
Is
it.
that-
One. So the question
These
is,
vertical lines, what does that mean?
But he's not here to answer, so. Does somebody who's coordinating this want to try to get them back on the line later, and then maybe they can respond to these questions?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're kind of shooting in the dark.
I think they're trying various ways, but without success. So I would suggest, they can keep trying to patch in. If they ever do get through, we can just pick it up at that point and try to trail it later.
So Tony, if you are listening, I would like to have, if you come back, to talk about the colors and also the windows, everything. Everything is fine there. I mean, are they? I think you're replacing all the windows and doors. I think it looks like it's a big improvement. It's a big house. We have basically minimal landscape, if any, maybe none. So I'm a little uncomfortable with this presentation. So maybe you can address that when you get back. Maybe we can try it in a couple of hours. If that maybe after lunch or something, or at least towards the end of the meeting, we can address this item. Is that okay with everybody?
That's fine with me.
Okay, Alex Tuttle, is that okay with you?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, let's do that. Let's then move on to the normal agenda, and we'll starting with. Okay, we're gonna start the meeting, and we start with public comment about items not on the agenda. Does anybody have any public speakers for items not on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any requests to speak at this time.
Okay, and then next we go to the minutes of July 9th and June 4th. We have 2 minutes, 2 sets of minutes, right? Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
you may have noticed you do not have the July 9th
Yes.
minutes in there. We won't be reviewing those ones today. I'll put them on the next agenda. I didn't have a chance to get them looking suitable for review today. But the June 4th minutes you do have. And the only thing that we had missing, we had already updated all of the comments and you guys provided your input on that. But we were missing one motion and that has been updated. So that's the only change to
Okay.
those minutes, is just putting in the names for the people who made the motion.
Okay, so we have, let's see. Let's start with item 1. I think it's, can you put it on the screen, Robert, the unapproved minutes of June 2nd and June 4th?
Okay, give me just a second here. I had to step away for a moment.
Leah, which item was it that was missing the motion?
It was, give me just a second. It's actually on today's agenda. It was the gray residential edition, 21 BAR 63.
I don't have the minutes.
Refresh your screen. It might be at the bottom. Refresh your the screen. It's at the bottom.
So that was item 7 on the agenda. So it sounds like that's the only item that needs to be reviewed right now, and it was just to clarify the motion.
So, unapproved minutes.
It sounds like you've reviewed all the other sets of.
So this June 4th is fine. I mean, the minutes are fine. It's only for the motion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for item number 7. That was lacking when you reviewed them the last time.
Okay, all right. So I think we can, well, we approved them before, we can approve them again.
Okay, is it, can you see it now?
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a technicality. There were 2 names missing. And they were missing who made the motion, who seconded the motion for item number 7, and it's listed now. So I just make a motion.
So it's all good.
Yeah,
All right.
make a motion.
Make a motion.
To approve the minutes of June 4th.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So we move on now to staff members' informational briefings. Okay, hi Valerie, what can you tell us about what are your informational briefings that you have for us?
Oh, I don't have any.
Okay, John, nothing?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So it looks like I don't have much to add. How about the staff update?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Well, that's quick. All right. So then we move on to item. Let's see. Where's the first item on the agenda is. Oh yeah, item number 1 is the Potterbot Artist Studio. It's okay. So we have Trish Allen here. Okay, here we are. Who's going to?
Alex, before we do that, do you want to review with a bigger group the consent items?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, correct. So we have items C1, C3, C4, and C5 on the consent agenda. They were deemed approvable. One of the items we could not connect, and we will review it later on. So I will make a motion to approve those 4 items and continue the next week for this agenda later on when the technical difficulties are resolved. Do we need a second for that? Robert?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you, Alex. Okay, let's move on now to item number 1 on the agenda, on the regular agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have one quick update for the agenda status report. Item number 5 is being dropped from today's agenda. And then items number, I believe they're 10 and 11. No, excuse me, 11 and 12 are being continued to the 8-13 meeting.
Very good. Do we need a motion for the revised agenda or not?
Formal continuance.
Excuse me?
Yes, please, for the formal continuance of those 2 items.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
I second the motion.
Awesome.
I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes. Okay, well, we're finally getting to item number 1. I mean, okay, the Clay Studio. Who's going to? We have some comments. We have which were basically there was a site visit I went there. Who else visited the site?
I did.
And John, I think I saw you drive by in there as I was
Yeah,
leaving.
yeah, I went out this morning.
Okay, very good. So there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 comments. The first comment was returned with a full scope of proposed improvements, including clarification of the use in regard to parking requirements. The second one is ensure that all elevations are provided and include all the windows and doors. Return with a landscape plan showing existing and proposed landscaping. New windows should match style and size of the existing, and return with additional information regarding parking easements. So those were the questions. Who's going to present this? Trish, is that you? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Peugeot. I'd like to start out with just a couple introductory comments, and then we do have our architect and landscape architect to walk you through the project plans. And if I may, I'd like to take the comments slightly out of order from last time and talk about the proposed site plan and how it relates to the parking easement. And that would be, if we could look at page 6 of the PDF in the plan set. That's the proposed site plan. Last time we were in front of your board, we did have some public comment. I think there was some confusion about our proposed project description. Folks thought maybe we were rezoning and adding multiple residential project. That's not that's not accurate. This is a proposed community arts center, Clay Studio, and really just a conditional use permit to look at those proposed uses. So if I may go to page 6 of the plan set.
Up there.
One more.
Sorry.
Thank you. And if we can zoom in on the, I guess, upper half of the sheet to see that access driveway. So the board, that's great. And there you can see the existing driveway call out as you enter the site and continue towards the parking lot.
Andy,
to the sorry.
Did you let the older kids know? Okay, can you do that? Because
I didn't know if someone was talking to me. Oh, as you continue up the driveway and into the parking lot towards the left part of the page, you can see a call out for the relocated access easement.
I think
so that was
Jake's going out of town.
Excuse me, somebody, is that Sarah?
Just tell
Jones?
everyone.
No, who is it?
I don't know.
There's an open mic somewhere. Everybody please mute yourself. Thank you. Continue, please, Trish.
Sure. So that's showing the location of the relocated access easement that takes us to the neighboring property at the top left of the page. I guess that would be northwest, to their property and their driveway entrance. So there was some comment about that. The current easement the access easement follows a utility easement, goes through the middle of the property, and then eventually winds its way up to the neighboring property. So one of our goals is to, we're in communication with the neighbor. We've met with them several times. We think that this really makes sense. It maintains their easement and it provides it in a manner that allows for proper circulation through this parking lot. We're the restriping for the parking spaces for Clay Studio work in terms of back out, and our landscape architect can speak to that more in more detail if you have questions about that. So we're kind of balancing all these things, restriping our parking lot, making sure that the neighbor maintains access to their property. And also we have adequate fire access. So we're balancing all these things in the lot. So that basically addresses comment E from last time. And also just a quick note, we did have a neighbor meeting that we held at the property last week, and these neighbors did come. I walk them through the project plans, the proposed scope of work. Everyone understands what we're doing when it comes to the community arts center and the proposed uses, as well as these changes to the parking lot. And I don't want to get into too much detail before our landscape architect has a chance to walk you through the changes there. So with that, I'll hand it over to either the architect or our landscape architect that are in the hearing with us. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Katie.
Okay, Katie.
This is Katie Klein, landscape architect. I'm not sure if you can see me either.
Yes, we can see
can.
you. What page would you like to us to concentrate on?
Yes, please go to the landscape sheet.
There we go.
And I'll walk you through the updates. That's it. Perfect. So as Trish mentioned, this is an existing parking lot. It's really a restriping project. So the goals of this project was really improve safety, access, and aesthetics as much as possible with a light touch. To the north, we're really leaving that slope. For those of you who visited the site, it's really a slope. We're just leaving that. And to the south is environmentally sensitive habitat. So we're also leaving that as well. So what we're really focusing on is getting in some planters in the new parking area that's being restriped. So we have planters in there. We have Australian willow and king palms. King palms are already on the site. So we're just trying to sneak some in as well in the parking area. And then to the north, towards the neighbor's property, we're also trying to sneak in some trees over there. If you go to the northwest, you see those new trees planted there. Those are tipu trees. And we're the one that's to the most northwest, we're working with the neighbor there. So that is subject to change. We're still studying that. But the goal is really to get some more shade in this area for parking and also increase the safety. And then also enhance the entry. So the planter closest to the building is already existing. So we're just extending it a bit and cutting through the center to provide more of a formal entrance. And we're using permeable pavers. You can see the spec on the sheet. It's just a square, shades of gray. And we're also adding some lighting, just some low voltage lighting, just to guide the way and make it safer through the space at night. And those are really the main points. I'm here for any questions.
Katie, can you mention the area on the east of the building? And I think last time we didn't have Katie with us last time we presented, and the board asked for, showing all the existing landscaping, and so we've, maybe I just covered it.
Yeah, so there's really a lot of existing landscaping already and programming already in place for the studio. So we're just not touching it. We're just pulling from the plants that are existing there in the palette. And I can just quickly go over the palette. It's all low water grasses and succulents and some ceanothus as well.
Okay, all right. Well, let's get to the architecture. There was one question about going to the architectural plans to see all the elevations and the windows proposed.
Yeah, if we could. Hi, this is Siglinde Pouquet with Shubin Donaldson Architects. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we
can. Good. If we could go to page 12, please. Okay. So last time we had incomplete elevations because we weren't doing work on all sides of the building. So we followed up and provided existing and proposed elevations on all 4 sides of the building. Starting with the east elevation, that's what's facing the entry as you enter the property. And the work that we're proposing to do here is adding 5 new windows on the 2nd floor of the building. They are called out here. Then down below is the south side of the building. Again, you see the existing elevation. It's kind of a hodgepodge of openings and doors, no uniform header heights. So we're trying to clean that up. And the reason why we're going with a different window format Then elsewhere on the building is this south elevation cannot really be seen together with the other elevations of the building. And behind it are small artist studios, which are kind of following the rhythm of the windows. There's 2 studios per bay. It's a Butler building, a steel building. And so this works well. And the lower vents also are small enough that they could be left open in the evening and nobody can climb into these windows. Then if we want to move to the next page, page 13. Can you?
Is that showing up there?
Yeah, now it's showing, yeah. So on the top is the north elevation, and we're not showing 2 existing and proposed because we're not proposing any changes to this elevation. And then down below the west elevation, we have, we propose some changes on the most right portion of the 3 Butler buildings. We want to relocate the roll-up door and make it an aluminum glass door with dark mullions, that it goes with the rest of the windows. Everything is dark bronze anodized. And then we want to relocate the exit door and get rid of 1 window there.
Very good. I think that sums it up. Are there any questions from members of board members? Questions? No? Okay.
No.
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, so now we're down to comments. Who would like to start?
I'll start.
Yes. Okay.
As usual, site visits are always very informative. I think this is a great site. It's very nestled down in and it's not obtrusive to the neighborhood. My concern before was about the big sea of asphalt, and they're completely addressing that with this landscape and parking plan. I think it's really a very wonderful project and I want to see it succeed. So I'm in support of it the way it is.
Are there any other comments?
I'll say it, and in general support it as well.
See, I would reinforce Valerie's comment. I mean, it's really a nice project and I'd like to see it go ahead.
Okay. Robert, do you have anything to add?
Just one comment on the choice of the deeper tree. There's sometimes they're messy around driveways, but you know, if you guys are prepared to deal with that, then that's part of the tree.
DJ, this is Philip Suiting.
Other than that, I think the approach to it is great. So I'm in support of it.
Okay, very good. This is just for conceptual review, but we could continue this for preliminary and final on consent, given the simplicity of the project, unless somebody has some other issues or would like to see some changes to the project.
No, I agree.
I think that sounds good.
So just to clarify, that, sorry, this is Alex. You may have caught on this already, but this requires a CUP. So it will go and get the CUP first, and then they'd be coming back for you for prelim final after that.
So the CUP is for exactly what?
Right. So it can go to the CUP with positive comments from us, and that they've addressed the concerns that we had at the first meeting, both architecturally and landscape parking layout.
Yeah. Hi, DJ.
Okay, so
wait, hold on, please.
Hey, Philip, we can hear you. So just hang tight 1 second, okay?
Item, and I have called
Phil,
and
Philip.
I'm unmuted, and I've instructed Tony to do the same.
Philip, we
So
can hear
I've
you,
been-
so.
You know,
Okay, I muted him. He's gonna have to unmute himself when we're ready for him.
Okay.
Okay, I'm confused. Okay, so so we can make it we don't need a motion, I guess, but we do need a motion to continue.
Making positive comments to move it on.
No
I
motion.
mean, it's just positive comments.
Okay, and can it return to preliminary and final on consent?
Yes,
Okay, so that's
after the CUP process, right?
okay. All right, so we don't need to vote, right? This is just a comment, right?
Right.
Okay, very good. All right,
Right.
thank you. We'll see you when
Thanks.
you come back next time. Okay,
Thank you.
back to you.
Mhm. Thank
So
you.
now we're moving on to item number 2.
So Alex, actually, the little interruption we had, that was folks for item C2 hopping on by phone. So if we want to go back to that, Philip, if you hear me, you just need to unmute yourself again, *6.
this is Philip Suding, landscape architect for item C2.
Great. Okay, Phil,
We hear you.
welcome. Yes, what do you
Hi,
have for
Alex.
us? Hello. What do you have
Okay.
for us?
What do I have for you? Unfortunately, I cannot see the screen, but I have a landscape plan that delineates the water usage, the MWELO, the Municipal Water Efficient Landscape. And basically, we're not really touching the landscape. And this is just a formality to document what is existing and how we are treating it water-wise. This gentleman, the owner, is extremely water-conscious owner. He saves the water from his shower. So I'm confident that this development that he's proposing will not impact irrigation use or increase any water usage. So like I said, this plan shows a formality of documenting what is existing and how it's classified within MWELO.
Okay, correct. So I'm a little bit confused because the direction of the board was to consider, not mandate, just think about.
No,
improving
I
landscape.
know what consider means, Alex. I know what consider means.
So I guess it's a
Go
question
ahead.
the question to the rest of the board. What was your thoughts when we phrased consider improving landscaping? Was it acceptable as it was? And if right, is that maybe Robert? You haven't seen this, Robert. Valerie, you were there. You were here. You saw this project before. You remember? Yeah, you remember what? I mean, if it's just a consideration, I think that this kind of matches. Meets the requirement. So.
Is this a picture of the
existing
front of this house?
Yeah.
So there's just an area of lawn right around the entry path, and then the rest of it's mulch. Looks like is what.
Correct.
He
has an existing persimmon tree and an existing avocado, and underneath both of those are mulch or is mulch, and the lawn is a very drought tolerant lawn, Bermuda grass. He takes care of it by irrigating it with collected water.
Okay, and just to clarify, the comment says consider improving landscaping along streets by replacing dead grass with mulch. Was the dead grass that was identified as what is around this existing entry path?
The dead grass is gone.
All right, so the dead grass is
the
replaced with mulch.
The photo that you see is about 2.5 years old. Mr. Chang has replaced it with mulch and some drought tolerant succulents, which is outlined in my plan, I believe.
Well, it sounds to me like they've already made the change of replacing the dead grass with mulch, and what grass there is here is live. So
yeah, and it's not a large area of grass. I mean, when I did my calculations, it was well under the ceiling for allowable single family residence water use.
I think that they've addressed this comment.
Okay, all right, very good.
Philip, we still can't hear from Tony. It doesn't look like he's called in. Tony, I'm not sure if you've had any luck with your audio.
And maybe, yeah, I don't know what questions you have for him, but I did hear the previous part of the meeting. And I think that you were concerned about the color of the windows. And that comment went back, I think, to February or October. And, you know, the owner wants to use what Tony is proposing. I mean, I can't really speak for him, but that's what I heard and that's what I believe.
So Tony, if you are there, if you have called in, to unmute yourself, do star six.
Let me see if I can get a hold of Tony.
On your end,
He
Tony,
says he
hit
just
star
heard
six.
me. He said he wants me to point out the verbal transcripts on my drawing, which I don't think it really necessarily have. Bear with me if you will. I know this is unusual, but
well, it's
okay.
not just, it's more than the windows. I think it's also the everything's white there, and it's just, I mean, it seems to me, and I guess I'm commenting that that type of house with that type of elevation, they would require some subtleties, some different colors.
Yeah, Alex, Mr. Peugeot,
yes.
Would you bear with me? I'm going to add Tony Zekis to this call. Please hold. Okay, thank you. All right. This is Philip Suding, and I believe we have Tony Zekis.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Tony, you need to mute your video. There's an echo.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, try again.
Yeah, it's muted. Are you guys getting a feedback?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It says it's muted.
Tony?
Why don't you just go ahead and say what you need to?
Philip, mute your audio on the video.
I am not on. Oh, I am on video. Hold on. I'm going to leave the meeting.
Okay, are we there? Technical difficulties.
I mean, we can understand you just as an echo. Maybe just go ahead.
Okay, so I was listening to Alex's comments from earlier, and those comments were dealt with, and that's where we came up with these colors. And the last verbal comments have been written down on that landscape plan, which was the only issue that the board had at the previous meeting of February 5th. So we're kind of going backwards, and we'd like to move this forward if we could.
Okay,
At
very
the bottom
good.
of the drawing, those are the transcripts of the audio of the previous meeting.
I think that we've reviewed the landscape and are confident that you've dealt with the comments. So it was Alex's questions regarding the colors. And so is that resolved here, Alex?
Yeah, yeah, colors and I mean the colors and details, and it refers to pages 8 and 9 of the architectural drawings. Yeah, you go up, you go to 9. You go up to 9. Yeah, that's the details. Shows the windows, and yeah, and those are the elevations. And if you can enlarge that maybe a little bit, it seems. I mean, am I the only one? I mean, how does the rest of the board feel? I really don't want to impose my color.
No,
Everybody.
I agree with you, Alex. I think it's too much white on white, and all the materials are white, and there should be some more contrast. It's ivory white and Arctic white. It's basically, and the windows are white. Everything's white. It's too much.
Yeah, and there was also a question too. Maybe Tony can reply. What are those vertical lines on the roof? Is that a drafting error, or is something that you're showing for a purpose? You know, all the roofs have some, look like every 2 or 3 feet there is a vertical line. What is that?
I don't hear anybody now.
Okay, so
well, if you guys are not confident with the colors proposed here, then maybe
Can you hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Those vertical lines, that's just a computer malfunction or error. But it's supposed to be just gray shingles or yeah, dark gray.
all right, I think we're having issues with the colors.
If I may address the issue of the windows, we actually had dark blue trim before, and we were asked to provide white trim, but I'm certainly happy to make it darker, more contrast.
So this is trim around the windows, or the color of the windows themselves, Tony?
I think that's the color of the windows now, but we can get them in a darker color.
I mean, vinyl windows come in darker colors too?
Yeah, we would find some.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know that fiberglass windows do, and I'm not aware of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all asked for of the board, the previous meetings. But we'll be happy to change it.
Okay, well, have the colors been reviewed or we can make some comments?
The colors were reviewed. Unfortunately, there were no minutes of the previous meeting, so I just go by the transcript of the audio.
Okay.
Alex, why don't we make some clear comments for him to adjust the colors based on your guys'
I'd
interest?
like to hear from the rest of the board. I think John and Valerie, why don't you give your comments? My thought is that it's all white and it doesn't make sense. Usually, you know, different materials have different colors. You know.
Yeah, I think it would look much better if the stucco was darker than the siding.
Oh, I agree with that. I think
I'll
that
agree with that as well. So I think that's a good point.
the color should be studied.
Okay, so when we continue this for next time on consent, to provide a new color scheme, that would be the only thing that we will review. That means that the applicant is really free to submit to the building department, because this can be addressed meanwhile. Okay, so that will move this project forward, and we will be able to discuss, you know, the colors and next time. Tony, if you're proposing a trim around the windows with a different color, show that too exactly how that is going to work. Okay? All right, everybody?
Did you have, were you, just to be clear, the windows themselves, you're okay with white if there's a trim around them?
Well, I think I give the freedom to the applicant to come up with
I think the color should be studied to provide more contrast between the different materials.
Yeah, and if there is a trim, the trim should be part of the color board and called out because that's not clear here.
But in the meantime, you said he can move forward.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, this is Philip Sudi. Mr. Chair, this is Philip Sudi.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Philip Sudi.
Yes.
Is this condition something that staff can approve so that we don't have to waste the board's time?
No, that's not.
Okay.
No. So
all right, I had to ask, Mr. Peugeot. I had to ask.
I mean, you can submit to the building department. The colors need to come through us.
Okay, guys, we spent.
Okay, we got a big agenda here. Let's go on to the next item.
Let's go to the next one. Okay, we're moving then to item number 2 on the standard agenda, right? We are with Gray Residential Addition. Yeah. Let's see where we. Okay. And we have. I think we only have comments about lighting plan and landscape plan showing existing and proposed. So that's all we have in there. So what would be a good, okay, what would be a good?
Getting an error when I try to open this plug. So, not sure what to tell you.
What is this?
Hey, Ross, can you hear us?
Are we in item 2? And that's the exterior lighting spec. If we go to the plans, right? How about that? Is that?
Yeah, the plans are, when I try to open this PDF, it says it cannot complete the extraction.
I did open it. Maybe
Go out and come back in.
Open earlier.
Yeah, it did open.
It opens.
So
reset.
Oh, here it is. It must have been already open. Or sorry, my bad.
But so
okay.
It's only really we had no comments on the plans really. So it's just the landscape and the yeah. Maybe it's not necessary. I guess let's just talk about the landscape and the lighting. Okay, let's go back to the previous one. We have the lighting there, and that seems. Seems perfectly fine, right? It's night sky compliant, right?
Yeah.
And the landscape is, where's the landscape? Mr. Britton, are you here?
Yeah, the landscape plan is right beside the site plan. There you go.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, so what would you like to? So would you like to describe what your landscape plan to present it?
Yeah, you asked us to screen the front of the house a little bit more for the exterior or the parking that's going to be not inside the garage, and then also we took out the apron in front of the existing garage door and planted that to match the existing landscaping. And I've just thrown some plants in there, and front is mostly all bark mulch, especially to the left lower side where we've got that huge oak tree where nothing seems to grow underneath. There's some ground cover and some agapanthus and a few things. But to the opening of the driveway, we've got some new screening beds to kind of hide where the cars are going to be, while still allowing access into the driveway. We have an existing brick walk that we're retaining. And then hopefully in the future, we'll be putting in a carport, which is that area of the future carport.
Okay, very good. Okay, so those are the 2 items, the landscape and the lighting. And then
yeah, so we're only adding two sets of lighting. If you go to, I guess the floor plan, A2. I don't know if you have a copy of it.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Oh.
the imagine we have it in the
Oh, I'm
front.
sorry, A3. Forgot about the demo plan.
A3. Is this the right sheet?
Right, that's correct sheet. So we're only, there's an existing front light at the entry door, but we're adding two lights, one at the exercise room, and that was that little down light that you saw earlier when we first started the meeting, a little 6-inch down light exterior mounted can. And the rest of the lighting is along the north end of the house, north end of the sheet, by the from the kitchen, dining room into the bedroom. That's a series of down lights that are mounted into the soffit that wash the deck and the walls and the door and door openings.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Let's just. This is pretty simple. Are there any questions from the board?
No.
No.
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this project?
Okay.
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this subject?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, so now we go to comments from the board. Does the applicant address the two comments presented previously?
He's addressed the comments. I'm a little concerned about the planting plan because it just seems like the plants kind of lack any structure in terms of the layout. It's really kind of just thrown. It's like a bunch of plants just kind of placed together. Not really. Usually the planting plan, you try to get like groupings of plants, and I just don't really see that. Could you speak to that at all, or?
I'm sorry, you're kind of garbled coming through. They usually have what?
Okay, just our time. It's our time to speak now. Hold on a second. What is exactly that being presented there, Robert? That the plant material. It's a palm tree, bird of paradise, a date palm, agapanthus, New Zealand flax, star jasmine, and fern. Yes, quite a collection.
Yeah, they've got quite a collection already in that existing parking lots, or existing landscaping that basically carries from the front door, sort of in a boomerang shape, all the way down to the page in the southeast corner. It's all bark mulch and various types of plants. So what I've tried to do is grab some of the plants in there, in keeping with the existing landscaping, so we don't have two new islands out front, kind of thing.
Yeah. I think the approach to it's kind of maybe not the way I would recommend to do it, just because the planting just seems a lack grouping. But I'm not going to hold him up. I mean, I think if he's chosen plants that are already with the residents, then I'm prepared to move it forward.
Also, we'll have to redo this when we submit for that carport, so that the driveway profile will also change, as will the corresponding landscape. So it's not a at this time, but it will change somewhat from this drawing.
Robert, there's a folder with photos, and maybe that clarifies the.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, Alex.
There is a folder with photos in there, and that might help a little bit. They're kind of small. They're kind of small, but basically it looks like grass and not much of anything there.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm fine with what's proposed.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
No.
No comments. Is there a motion? This project is for final approval, right? Yeah, it has already a preliminary. This is for final approval. Is there a motion for final approval?
Okay, I'll make a motion for final approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, thank you. We'll move on to item number 3 now. Right? Yes, item number 3. The Ochoa Residential. Is Clay Orell here?
I am, my name is Juan Garcia. I am sitting for Clay. He's been held, unfortunately.
Very
so
good.
I'm a project. How are you, everyone?
Very good.
Good morning.
This is very simple. We only had 2 comments. The first comment is pretty good. It says project is well integrated and appropriate for the site. So that's a good comment. You don't have to say anything about that. We're good. The second one is consider adding new trees for screening from the street. Have you considered that? Have you done anything about the trees?
Yes. My understanding is that we did a study to locate the trees to screen the addition, but inversely, the trees also screen the views from the addition. So at this point, we feel that we need to either study more or apply for a motion to continue.
Okay. Very good.
We couldn't find the right location for a tree to screen without the screening, the views from the actual addition. So.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from the board? No. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this application? Okay, so has the board seen the elevations and details, or should we present them through the, it's a pretty complete set. It has nice sections. It has, full page 20 has all sorts of details, of window details, well executed. And there's some perspective, interior perspectives, exterior perspectives on page 23. And it's a pretty complete set. Are there any comments? The only official comment was the landscaping comment. Robert, what do you think? I'm not sure if it was your comment or somebody else's. But,
so I didn't initially review this, but I'm familiar with the property other than just looking at the photographs. It looks like there's plenty of landscaping in front of this, and it seems reasonable to me that the applicant doesn't want to have a tree in front of their view, that they shouldn't have to. So unless anybody feels different than that, or there's concern about screening this building, I think it's reasonable what they say.
Okay, it's kind of funny because this one said project may return for final review on consent. That's what we had, and somehow we got on the big agenda. But anyway, is there a motion for final approval of this project?
To clarify, it's for preliminary and final.
Excuse me, Alex.
Just to clarify, it's for preliminary and final.
Preliminary and final, yes. Robert, do you make a motion?
Yes, I will make a motion to give this preliminary and final approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by John. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item number.
Thank you very much. Very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Item number 4, right?
Yeah.
The Simas Family Trust deck. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah. Yeah, this was we had this. It was a question about the small deck that we had issues matching the style of the deck with the style of the house, right?
Yeah.
Okay, item number 4. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's a little deck on the top, and let's see. Is the applicant here?
Good morning. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, good morning, Ms. Sims.
Thank you. I believe our architect should be on this as well, Mr. Ken Taub. Okay, Ken, are you there?
yeah, I see him, he's muted.
Oh,
Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Top? Leah or Alex, can you do something about this?
Hi, Alex. He should be able to speak. He just has to unmute himself on his end.
Okay.
Ken?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good morning. Good morning.
This is Ken Taub. I'm sorry I couldn't make the last meeting. You know, a lot of complications. So
we had questions about the style of the deck. I think we thought it was not the problem with the location or anything else. It just seemed like the style didn't match the existing residence, right?
yeah, what we had was we had stainless steel wire between steel posts, and now we've got more of a pretty traditional railing in between some stucco pilings. So that sort of matches the Spanish style of the house.
Okay, all right.
What about privacy between neighbors?
All right. Well, I know that one of the members, the planner, actually went to the job. But if you look at the photos, there, I think it's sheet A5, but there's a bunch of photos, and they show the views. And essentially, there's huge hedges on each side, so none of the neighbors can either see in, and the Simmonses really can't see out. Their only view is straight, almost straight south. So there's no obstruction from any of the neighbors, no matter what they say.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from the board? Have you seen the drawings in the file previously, or page 6 shows the elevations. The number 1 is the south elevation. Number 2 is the west.
I raised my hand, Richard. What could I do?
I'm sorry. Who is that?
Is there somebody that's trying to comment on this?
This is Mrs. Rogalski. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Alex, is this the appropriate time for public comment?
No. This is not. No, we have questions from the board now.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
Can I make one more comment?
Please.
You know, about half the neighbors in La Romano have decks. That's over either living space or over patios. So this is not unusual to have a little deck for viewing. So.
Okay, very good. Okay, now we're going to open up to the public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this application?
There was somebody trying to speak and I see 2 people have their hands raised, so I don't know if we need to unmute them.
Yeah, Ms. Rogalski, if you want to speak now.
Richard, go ahead.
Or Mr.
All right, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Mrs. Rogalski, Marjorie Rogalski.
Can you hear me?
Okay, just one at a time.
Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead, Richard.
All right, so I would like to follow up on the comment made about privacy, and I would disagree with Ken Taub. I believe that the location of this deck infringes on our privacy, perhaps maybe not on the other neighbors that adjoin this property. We have spent several years and tens of thousands of dollars to create privacy for our backyard from this particular property. And it seems to me that if this upper deck is constructed, it's going to circumvent all of those efforts. This deck will allow anybody on it to look directly into our backyard. The hedges that Ken Todd talks about are protective, I think, for the property located at 1300 Via Brigitte. I think the property located at 1270 Via Brigitte is not affected by this at all because their whole privacy backyard is set around the tool, which is directly opposite from this border. But I believe that our property, as a result, is the only one that's affected and affected quite a bit in terms of our privacy. So I would have hoped that some thought and effort had been put into perhaps the relocation of the proposed roof deck so that it wouldn't affect our privacy. You know, maybe some small tweaks like reorienting the deck towards the triangle of county land that's located right next to 1270. Perhaps the roof deck could be relocated to another portion of the roof somewhere else in the house so that it didn't affect our privacy. And I'm sure that there are other options that could be thought of which would alleviate the privacy issue.
Excuse me, sir, can you clarify your address here? Is your property shown on this?
Yes, our address is 1280 Via Brigitte.
It's the property on the left, yes.
Okay, so this photograph is demonstrating screening between the property proposing the deck and your property. Is that accurate?
The question becomes, how high is the screening that you're talking about? This is going to be a second-story deck, and I think the screening on our property is basically, we spent lots of time and money, as I've said, to protect ourselves from the first floor. The houses in this portion of the development of the association all have to be 1 story high. And I would mention, that Ken Todd is right, there are other roof decks within this association, but I believe none of them have a privacy issue where you're looking directly into somebody else's backyard like this proposed roof deck would have with respect to.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Taub here?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you tell me that these photographs that are shown on this sheet here, are they taken from an elevation, like where you would be viewing from on the deck, or are they at the ground level?
Well, no, they're ground level, but
No,
there are a
excuse
few
me.
that were up on a ladder. And
Oh,
I
go
think
ahead.
Mrs. Seamus could comment on that. But let me just point out one thing. The eye level of a person standing on the deck is only going to be about 15 feet. And that hedge is probably about 18 or 20, or it will be soon. And so the information that the people are giving you, I hate to use an old.
We lost you.
We lost you, Mr. Taub.
You're muted. Unmute, please.
Was there somebody else wanting to speak there?
May I speak? This is Mrs. Seamus. Can you hear me?
Yes, this is for public speaking time. So I think we're answering questions of the public speaker, right? Is that right?
Yes, I would just like to comment about what they're claiming.
No, but wait, hold on a second. We'll get you a minute of rebuttal.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Where were we? Who was speaking? Mr. Rogalski, right?
Now, Mr. Taub.
Yeah.
So this is Mrs. Rogalski.
Yeah.
Can I just add something?
Yes, I think the question is how tall are those hedges?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're and I don't know if they're fully grown, but that is my concern. So this is Marjorie Rogalski at 1280 Via Brigade. We're direct abutters. And yes, that's our concern, is that we have done a great deal, to create screening so that when we're sitting in the backyard that we have the privacy, but we are concerned about if you elevate somebody 20 feet up in the air or whatever it is, that then they would be viewing down into the only area that's private. So If there's any way that they
Can you tell me what, it's tough for me to tell from this photograph. What is planted here? Are those olive trees?
Some are olive, yeah. There's a lot of olive trees. There is a variety of things.
And
We try to do most.
Which house is yours? Because this says it's looking at 1270. You're at.
I don't think that's, I'm not sure if that's correct. We are at 1280.
Is that your house that we're seeing in that photo?
I don't,
Yeah.
well, I've never seen it from that perspective. I don't think, I don't know. 1270 is our neighbors. I don't think that's labeled accurately. I don't think that's not ours.
I believe it's mislabeled. I think that they are looking at 1280 there based on looking at this aerial. So,
okay.
Comments from these people. Do we need to hear any further comments, or what do you think, Alex?
No, if anybody else that would like to speak on this subject. Okay, we'll close public testimony, and that goes back to the board. There are two issues here. One is the view issue, privacy, so to speak. The other one is the architectural design of the deck. Let's start with the privacy issue. Does anybody have an idea of how to resolve this?
At what point in time may I speak?
No. Right now it's the board. The board
Okay.
Does the board feel that there's sufficient landscaping, or the applicant can provide additional landscaping to
I think
that?
I think that the photographs, one of the notes I made here is the photograph from the ground level or from the level of the deck. And I think it would clarify it a great deal if, they got a ladder, or at least took a picture from what would be the comparable level at the deck, the view from the deck. I mean, I think that it is going to be higher than what is indicated in these pictures that are shown.
Okay.
On the drawing, it says 12'4" is the level of the deck above the ground. So I agree that there should be a demonstration with photos of the eye level of somebody standing when their feet are at 12'4".
I apologize for interrupting, but that's what the photos show. If I could have a moment to clarify the photos,
Okay.
I think it will resolve a number of your questions.
Okay, Mrs. Simmons, I give you
So-
30 seconds. What is the clarification?
View number 3, view number 2, and view number 1 were all taken from the top of a 15-foot ladder. I went and found a painter that had a 15-foot ladder. All of these views are from the top of a 15-foot ladder. Also, if you look at the view going, so the views are towards 1270. The yard that Rogowski is talking about is off to the right. Those are olive trees, along with right here. I don't know if you can see, right here is a young avocado tree. So it is heavily wooded. All of these trees, which the property line is where we have installed this split rail fence, but the photos were taken from the top of a 15-foot ladder. If you look at where the deck is, this is all heavily wooded with, we can't even see the back of their house because the trees are so tall.
Okay, so the picture number 2 is the one pointing in that direction, right?
Yes, and this is all heavily wooded with olive trees and an avocado tree and shrubs. But all of these photos, I got on the top of a 15-foot ladder to give the board an opportunity to see that we can't even see into their yard. Not that we have any desire to do so.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like we're getting information from one neighbor saying that they think that you'll have a view, and then you're saying that these photographs demonstrate that. Can I ask a question of, would you be willing to plant anything on your side of the property to alleviate some of these screening concerns?
over on that back side, well, the part where there are so many trees right now, it's almost a fire hazard as it is. But
I mean,
if that's
could you
what's
put something
required,
right here?
pardon?
Did you put something right there? I don't know if you can see where.
That right there, what you're circling is a avocado tree.
Saying
And-
on your side of the property, would you be willing to, if you look to the right on that photograph, it looks like there's an olive tree planted there. Would you put another olive tree right there to help, you know?
Oh, sure, we'll do that.
I mean, how does the board feel about if they came here and at least demonstrated planting 1 or 2 trees to help kind of increase the screening between the two properties? Do you think that would help to alleviate some of these concerns?
Yeah, I think that actually some uniform screening, because really on your own property, there's not much screening at all. You're relying on the neighbors to do all the screening. So I think you should have a screening plan along this fence on your side to be able to protect the distance between the two properties for that roof deck.
So where you have circled in the red and you see the 2 kind of rounded bushes,
yeah,
if we took those out and put in some olive trees.
Yeah.
What do you think, Robert? Or should it be more of a line of planting, or what? What do you think?
Well, I think that the issue here is, it sounds like the neighbors need to come together in some sense of resolving this. And, you know, if you're confident that the existing screening is going to be enough to, you know, not allow you to have visual connection into the backyard, maybe there's a way that you could demonstrate that with your neighbor. And if the neighbor is accurate that getting up on, you know, a 15-foot ladder, you're going to be looking into there, then I think a neighborly thing to do would be to propose some screening there, whether it's 1 or 2 or some olive trees. I can see from the photographs that the neighbor has invested money into that. And I think it would probably look nice on your property as well. So if you're amenable to that, I would propose that you discuss it with your neighbor and see if you can work it out. And
I don't think that's a possibility. There are issues with this neighbor because the neighbor,
okay, well,
yeah. So
then maybe you need to demonstrate it to the board that right now the photographs, I mean, your architect said that the photograph was taken from eye level on the ground, and you're saying it was up on a ladder. So to me, it does look like it's up on a ladder based on that view number 1. It looks like a higher angle up, but I don't know what the grade differences are between these properties. If your property is sits a little bit higher than the one adjacent, but I think
if you look at the view looking south from the existing patio where the patio table is, that's eye level. And that shrub, the big shrub at once again on that photo, looking all the way back, that shrub is probably 20 to 25 feet tall.
Well, I want to take it back to the rest of the board here. I think we've heard your explanation of it. How do you guys feel about what should happen here?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I tell you what. I mean, we can always have the site visit to clarify that, and we can do it on our own. I'm unclear exactly how much screen there is, because there is some screen, maybe enough already. I agree with the comment that all the screens in the neighbor's property and not in the applicant's property. And I can see there are those 2 round bushes. I'm not sure if they are trimmed olives or what exactly are they. They could be trees and then provide the screen desired. Okay, so that's one part of the issue. The second part of the application, I think I'd like you to pay attention to the style of the deck itself. Have you seen the drawings already on your own earlier? Because I think there are some issues involved here. Page 3 shows, I'm going to change the conversation now to the style because, we haven't talked about that. Page 3 shows the floor plan, and 4 shows the section, and 6 shows also what looks like the elevations. Looks like a steel stairway and some kind of a plaster supports for the porch. It does the base of the porch. It's definitely not traditional. It does. If you look at page 7, you see it on the corner, the same detail on the porch itself, but it's an awkward. In the drawings, it was supposed to be a trim with sandstone below, and in the execution, apparently the sandstone was gone, and now we're having a trim in the bottom and some kind of looks like a metal cap or some kind of a simple cap, maybe tile or something on the top. So I see some issues with the design of the porch itself. It's not matching the style of the house or the development, which is more traditional Mission Revival. Those are my thoughts. On page 5, you see the style of the house, and you would see that you could identify it clearly as a Mission Revival house. What does the rest of the board feel? The detail I'm talking about is shown on the existing drawings. Robert, you can go to page 5. You can see the existing detail and how the base of those columns was supposed to be what the sandstone or flagstone was it defined as? It's called
sandstone veneer.
Sandstone veneer. Okay, so that's what that detail was supposed to be. Apparently, was not built exactly like that elsewhere.
Yeah, you can see in the photos it wasn't built that way.
Mm-hmm. And to repeat that detail on the porch, doesn't really work. It looks like, I don't know, it looks out of place there. Those are my comments. I think the detailing of this porch really needs a lot of help. The single stick, the metal stick holding the base of the stairs, it doesn't really match the style.
Yeah, I don't think the stairs work the way they are depicted, and I agree with Alex that to further carry that detail onto the base of the columns is not helping what the house should be.
I agree. It's out of context with the rest of the house entirely.
Okay, so we have 2 issues. One is the detailing of the porch, mainly the stairs, the base of the columns, and probably the top of the railing, the top of the plaster elements of the railing. That's one element. The second one is the screening. I'm not sure how it may not be necessary, and the applicant may be perfectly right for what I can see. How do the board suggest we proceed with that part?
Well, I would recommend, in the interest of goodwill, although it doesn't sound like there's a lot of goodwill between these neighbors, that there be a serious screening effort on your property along the property line to enhance the privacy between the 2 properties and to not rely on what they've already done.
Okay. How does the rest of the board feel regarding that point?
I agree with that.
Robert?
I agree with that. And I think as part of what is being proposed there to demonstrate your screening, you can show a landscape elevation that shows the elevation of this deck, the screening between the properties, and then the distance to the adjacent properties, and show the line that there's a sight line across it that the screening is working, so that we can see that, you can demonstrate that some screening is being effectuated by what is either existing or being proposed, or a combination of the 2.
Okay, so we're going to have one comment then to provide, how would you phrase that? Provide screening between the proposed deck and the adjacent property to the southeast. southwest, right?
May I make 2 comments?
No, we're talking now. And that's that. And then regarding the style of the deck, I think the comment should be to develop the style of the deck, the railing, the base of the posts to match the Mission Revival style of the house. If that doesn't encompass
I think
everything.
that's clear enough, yeah.
Clear enough, okay. And I suggest the base, the top of the plaster elements, and what to do with the stair itself, to enclose it, to do it as a plaster shape, and then some kind of metal railing, more ornate railing, not just pickets like that. Those are just suggestions, but it's just for the applicant to really develop on his or her own. So is that a good review? I mean,
I had one suggestion too, is that with the new deck, if you could overlay it on an elevation of the entire home, I think it would be helpful to read.
Yeah, it's true. You're not really seeing how it fits in the building.
Yeah. Well, I also have a question comment. Does it really have to be that tall? I mean, like 12 feet is quite a bit. I'm not sure if they all, I mean, just to clarify, if you have a section going the other direction, I mean, that's it on page, in page, what is it, 4, right? That's what it's 4, it shows the section like that. It does look, it doesn't have to be that high. I mean, why is it like a special ocean view that you achieve from that point, or what? It, can it be a couple of feet low? I don't know, but I think the comment is that it needs to integrate better with the existing building, show the whole elevation as like in page 5, you show the existing elevations. Well, add the deck to those elevations, and so they all look like belong together. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Alex, is that clear?
I got it.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Just to regress a little bit, the house which would be to the east, is that hedge that's indicated there tall enough to screen their view from their house? I guess that'd be 1,300. Yeah. Now that there's a hedge shown there, and is that hedge that tall? Is that right?
Well, the thing is, Mr. Vertiak, that this project was reviewed by the association. I believe that they have an approval by the association. I would imagine that all of the neighbors have had a chance to comment. And here we have the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So you have somebody that's really bringing it up to us. I don't know. I'm not sure what else to say. It's not really facing towards the east. It's true there will be some view, but I don't know. It's more facing towards the south.
These photos, it does look like there's some screening there. So, yeah. Okay.
The other thing too is that just like we're asking for elevations that tie this into the rest of the building, the floor plan doesn't include it either. You have your floor plan doesn't show where this is tied into the rest of the building.
It's accessible from the outside. It's not.
Yeah, but if you look at the floor plan of the house, it doesn't show in any way.
Where it is, yeah, okay, it would be, yeah, I see.
To see where those stairs are.
We'll be right here.
Floating around.
I believe it was sheet 1. Ken, are you still there?
Oh, here, it's shown on the site plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not integrated into the
floor.
Yes, there it is.
Yeah, a little bit more of surrounding, what happens on at the ground level.
The way that stair is floating out in front of things, you know, if you enclose it, it's hard for us to even understand what it's in front of.
Okay, so anyway, so a partial site plan, floor plan showing the how it's integrated, how the stairs are integrated into the floor plan of the building. Okay, all right. So we have more. I think we discussed this enough. And okay, we can move on, but being 12 o'clock, maybe we should take a 15-20 minute break, and we'll come back at, let's say, 12:20. Okay, and we'll see then item number, which will be under 6, right?
May I make a request, please?
Yes.
You spoke about this a little earlier. Is there a way that you or any of you could come and do a site visit so you could see exactly what we're talking about? See exactly the height and of the shrubbery between the homes. Number 2, also that you could see that Rogowski has a deck that looks into our backyard that is, I believe, higher than the deck that we're proposing. So I believe a site visit would be very important. And the last thing I would like to say is that the reason that we designed the stairs the way we did is that they're floating stairs so that we could plant shrubbery. Right now, where the stairs are is existing shrubbery, that we could plant shrubbery in that area to somewhat hide the stairs from view and make it look softer from the back of the house.
Okay, to the board. All right, to the board. Does the board feel it's necessary to do a site visit? Or would you like to?
Here's how I feel about it. I feel like what's being proposed here, they haven't brought enough information for us to really evaluate it. So I think before a site visit's made, that the applicant should demonstrate a sound understanding of the sight lines into the neighboring properties and the existing screening between them, and depict that in the plans so that we can evaluate it and determine whether or not a site visit is appropriate.
Okay, all right. All right, we'll continue this then to the next, continue discussing the next meeting. The floating staircase is not a Mission Revival match. So, you know, or at least not that kind of floating staircase. It should float in a different manner, I guess. Okay. So let's, we'll meet at 12:20 and we'll do item 6 for the Carpinteria to the summary form. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello? Oh, no. Can you hear me now?
Tony, we can hear you now, actually, but we're on a break at the moment.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking my system. Thank you. Who's this?
Yeah, it's working now for some reason.
Who am I talking to?
This is Alex.
Oh, okay, Alex, great. Is it worth coming back today or should I just wait till next week?
No, they've already moved on, so 2 weeks we'll get you back on.
Okay. Okay, and I just sent you an email. Thanks for working with us on this. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bye. Have a good weekend.
You too, bye.
Mr. Wilcox.
How are you, Alex?
Good, good. Let's see where everybody is. Right. So, do we have Robert here? No. Oh, yeah, here you are.
Here, Alex.
Hi. Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. We are, this week we have a quorum. 1, 2, Valerie, are you there? 1, 2, 3. Where is everybody? We have John, 1, 2, 3. No, we need one more person. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're waiting for Valerie because we need 4 members for the quorum, right?
Alex, Valerie's on.
Valerie, are you here? No, she's not.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, maybe I can start reading the comments. This is Summerland Elementary School. We have seen this project in many forms and shapes and variations as portable buildings, as a new building, etc., etc. This project has a preliminary approval and request final approval, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments. Basically, the first one says that the project is well designed in terms of architectural style, mass, bulk, and scale, and etc. There's a comment about the gray color appears. There's some comments about being dark been a little bit washed out and could have more color. So there's a question about color. And then there are basically 3 questions about landscaping. In terms of tree sizes, don't seem to be shown accurately. And the board feels that tall trees could block views, so be careful of that. And consider, there's a comment about consider putting a bench under the trees or benches. And the last one, return with landscape plan showing location, size, and type of all proposed plants. So if you can address really both of them, I look at the drawings. I think we all have. They're nicely complete. Now we're looking just for details and the landscape comments. And I give you the floor, Joe.
Yeah, hello, everybody. This is Joe, and also my team here. My landscape architect, Lindsay, is on, and Bryce, our electrical engineer, is on. And I remember the question about the colors. If you go to page or sheet 13, there was a problem with the color board and the way it was done, and we've redone it with actual physical samples, and we've done it with actual call outs of all the colors. That's what Valerie asked us to do. And actually, it shows up a lot better.
It's on the
spam column myself.
On page 20, it shows in our set. Could that be the one? That one.
There you go. Okay. There you go. The roof color is this kind of it's a reflective, but very light reflective, almost like a foggy or a misty color, silverish. And Valerie asked us to provide all the numbers, so we've done that. So hopefully that helps. It's not the same as, sitting in front of you and showing you the actual physical board, which we have. That's before we just picked the colors off the website, which didn't look as good. The landscape plan is sheet 17, and we've now identified the height of the trees. They're no taller than 25 feet. Lindsay can talk about that if you get to that sheet. And we've also included photographs of all the plants, which we didn't do at the last review.
I don't know why that sheet's not. It's like it shows up for a moment and then it goes away.
Yeah.
001.
There you go.
This is not a planting plan. It looks like it's.
That's interesting. Yeah. Lindsay, are you on?
Hi, yes, I'm the landscape architect, Lindsay Krika. It just went on a different page. This is the planting plan. We've finished construction documentation. So what we're showing on the planting plan as far as trees is, are you all viewing the planting plan?
This is L001.
Yes.
Is this the appropriate?
Yes.
Planting plan is demonstrated?
Yes. So the last time the comment on the plan that we showed last time was that the tree canopies weren't shown appropriately. So that was a preliminary plan. This is the construction document showing the size of the tree canopy and the location of all the tree placement. So the bigger circles that you see are the trees. There's along the Valencia Road, there's one arbutus, 2 Lophostomen, and then on the corner is a tip yew tree. And up in the corner by the parking lot are 2 tulip trees. And the comment last time was about these trees potentially being so large that they could block views from the residents. And so we've added a maintenance spec to maintain these trees, a height of 20 to 25 feet. And these trees will also take several years to reach maturity, but their mature height is also noted in the planting plan if you zoom in under the plant call out.
Also on sheet 4, we have a site section that shows the Banner Street and how high Banner Street is, which is the north property line.
And then there was also a question about the water use. Right below there is the calculation of the water use, which is consistent with what the biologist and the team has submitted, showing it's in compliance with what's available. This is the section.
Here's the section right there.
Your planting plan, does it have quantities for?
Yes.
Okay,
Right there.
Those are the sizes, the quantities. This is more of a construction document. If you scroll up, you see the liters and the call outs for each tree.
Okay, what about your shrubs though, and ground covers? Do you provide?
Yeah, no, we do a spacing. So if you zoom in to the ground cover, it shows what those species will be and how far they're spaced. So we're doing a really coastal scheme. The ground covers listed here will be manzanitas, Hemerocallis, Lamus, Lamandra, mondo grass, some rosemary, senecio, autumn wargrass. Those will be the ground covers as they're shown on the plan. And then there's shrubs, it's consistent with the plant list we shared last time. This is just showing the spacing of the trees appropriately.
And then, so your shrubs, the quantity is identified here on this plan. We got Muhlenbergia and 6.3, 5. Okay. Normally, I would expect to see quantities on the plant list, so somebody can order all the plants. Anyhow, that's a minor detail. Alex, is there anything else here to bring up?
Well, I think we had basically.
There's also a question about the electrical. So if you go to page 14, they were asking about the pole lights. They're 16 feet tall. We've actually added, and Bryce is on here, I think we've added either 1 or 2 to the parking lot, Bryce.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
A little louder would be better.
Okay, I'll talk up.
There you go.
Yeah, so we did a photometrics report of the parking lot, and to avoid dark spots in the middle of the lot, we did add a pole. We had 2 pole lights around the parking lot.
Keep going on the scrolling. There's an electrical sheet. Keep going.
Ring seems to be different from what
It's funny because I printed out the same thing we sent you and I counted the sheets trying to help out, but
yeah,
there we go. There we go. Thank you. So we've kind of got a light fixture that's sort of nondescript. We just kind of like it to go away, and do its job.
That looks neat. I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, clean. I think we've answered most of your questions. Alex, do you want to double check?
No, I think we have. Yeah, I don't have the light question listed here in the comments. I'm not sure why, but kind of interesting. Great color. Yeah, basically, it was the color and the landscape. I think were the main issues.
Right.
It looks like you addressed them all, and let's take questions from the board. Then, does anybody have any questions?
I have a question about the color. I guess the comment was that the gray appeared washed out and could have more saturation. Did you change it, or is that just the actual?
Valerie, the gray in the online version that we cut and paste into the original board was washed out, like you said. These are the actual cut out samples, and it's a lot better color in real life than it was like watching it on your screen.
Yeah.
You nailed that comment. That was very good. Yeah.
Okay, because it still even looks a little bit pale to me, but
it looks better. It looks better here.
Okay. I'm sure you have studied it.
And the good news is we don't have any neighbors complaining. Which is a big deal for Summerlin. Come on.
Yeah, but what you want is all the families that go to school there to be in love with everything that you did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, very good. Okay, I don't see any questions. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this application? Anybody raise their hand? Or Leah?
Chair, I have no request to speak.
All right, so back to the board. Comments?
It's a great project. I'm happy to see it all come together here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Yeah, looks very nice. Joe, I think, you've spent a lot of time with this project.
Yeah, we've worked on this campus for 20 years, believe it or not. The bids are due next week, so keep your fingers crossed, guys.
You get the budget and everything, the money flowing, okay? Good luck to you. So we need a motion for final approval as submitted. Who would like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion for final approval as submitted.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Great, congratulations.
Thanks to the board. I think you really helped this project get better, so I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Bye.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we're moving then to item number 7. The Las Canoas Road, 2243 Las Canoas. 7, here we go. All right, it's going to present this project. It's Natalie here. No? Is there an applicant for this project? Are you being muted? Leah, what's the story here?
Mr. Chair, I don't, oh, you know what? We have Kate, but well, let's see. Hi, Kate. Are you here to present this project?
Yeah, actually, Tom is supposed to check in. I know he told me he is actually viewing it on Zoom right now, so I'm not sure if he's having some technical difficulties.
Oh, I think I just.
Do you see him there?
Give me just a second. I'll move him over. All right, Tom, you should be good to go.
Right. Okay, unmute yourself and let's see. Let's go over the comments we had last time. So we have a series of comments. The architectural style is appropriate, and moving the guest house to the west improve the design. There's a comment about check grading quantities to ensure the accurate values are included in the project. Sorry about that. The board feels the driveway is too close in proximity to the house and doesn't provide any opportunity for screening. The board is concerned with the height of the wall at the parking area and consider ways to reduce impact of the tall wall by incorporating vegetation or stepping the wall. There's also a comment about the opening of the driveway at Las Canoas, so if it can be improved. There's a comment about elimination of eucalyptus trees to allow alternate planting that would screen the house. The comments adds, screen along Las Canoas will be important aspect of the site design. Screen the southwestern section of site is also important. Study the material of the guardrail to ensure it appears organic and appropriate for the style of the house. The oak tree at the east end of the house needs to be preserved. Study location of storage at the end of garage to ensure oak tree is safe. So those are the comments. If you can address them more or less in that order, maybe one by one, or let's see how about the grading quantities? Mr. Oshner, did you have a final count of that?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. I'm zooming from out of the country, so on an iPhone to top it off. So I'll try to speak clearly.
Well, we hear you very clearly. We're good.
Okay, great. Yes, Alex, I can go through those items. I have a list of them. They may be in slightly different order than yours. I've got Kate, my associate here, standing by to help me with anything I do wrong. So okay. I'm happy to jump into it.
Okay, please do.
Okay, so from my notes of the last meeting, I'll start with the concern of the size of the house. a couple of the board members had a statement that they felt the house was a little too big. And so we went back and looked at the size of the house relative to the neighborhood context, and we added more residences to the FAR. We have that here for you as an attachment. I can summarize in some statements, and if you'd like, we can go back to the actual numbers. But what we found was that our FAR is in line with the neighborhood, and in thinking about the comments that were made about the size of the house, it seemed more appropriate to address the volume and the actual presence of the house rather than the square footage. The almost half the square footage is tucked underneath the house at the lower level. The main level of the house sits even below the adjacent road Las Canoas, and we've drawn a section that more clearly illustrates really how the house sits as a cross section through the site. And I think that drawing can be found on sheet.
This is correct. This is correct, Tom.
There it is right there. So you can see the lower cross section on the right side of it. That's the Las Canoas. But I think the impetus of the concern really was about the neighbor to the east, and we looked closely at the relationship of this house to her. And what we thought about doing, and what we did do, is we reduced the depth of the garage and pulled the garage back to create 3 additional feet of separation from the garage to the driveway that leads down to it, which when we get to the landscape plan, we'll show we have now another level of landscaping that can occur between the edge of that driveway and the new positioning of the garage. We also reduced the length of the cupola. There's a rather long cupola that sits on the garage, which we'll get to when we get to the elevations. But we think by reducing the width of that and the net effect of shallowing the garage reduces the ridge as well. So that volume, I think, which is most present to that neighbor, can be softened. In addition to that portion of the site, we looked at the solid guardrail that was on the south side of the driveway, and we dropped that down and introduced a transparent guardrail, which we can show you on the elevations, as well as introducing some vegetation on that under wall that supports the driveway that should additionally soften the impact of that wall. We also looked at the eucalyptus trees to the north between Las Canoas and this driveway, and the owner is open to removing those, and we have that listed on our site plan. Our landscape plan, we received 1 iteration of that from Amy, but she's also gone. But we've got her drawings here, and there were a few items that still needed to be picked up, but we picked them up on our site plan, which includes the removal of these eucalyptus trees, as we are sensitive to the fire hazard nature of them and the messiness as it relates to the McClellans next door. We looked also at the concern about the width of this driveway apron as it exposes itself to Las Canoas. And although the width of this is a function of the variance we got from transportation to make this corner work, because as you're leaving this driveway and turning right and turning left coming the other way, it needs to be that wide. We're proposing an enhanced paving pattern on a portion. And if we zoom in on that driveway apron, we can see a contrasting paving material will lessen the size that opening will appear from the street. We additionally looked at the guest house, and we pulled the guest house closer to the main residence and introduced more landscaping between the guest house and the adjacent driveway that occurs just to the south of that. And we looked again at the relationship of this house to the McClellans next door. And the owners are open to interfacing with the neighbor and introducing our landscape architect to come up with additional screening from between their house and where our garage would be. the trash enclosure on that side of the garage has also been shifted away from the driveway to create more separation. I think it's also important to note on the site plan, that site plan shows our roof outline and not the walls. So it's important to look at the walls below it. And we've got some pretty meaningful separation now from the driveway to the back of that garage structure. Let me look at my notes here and see if there's anything. And the grading numbers. So I removed the grading count from the cover sheet because they were based on my numbers. Our civil engineer is responsible for the actual numbers. I haven't got him to go back and give me a more accurate take on that, but I'm going to defer to his numbers and not make an attempt from my perspective, although my numbers were larger than his. So, but the cross sections and the previous iteration of his civil plan, which is included in this set, reflect accurately the proposed grades and the topography that exists now and that are being proposed. Kate, can you think of anything that I'm missing?
No, but I do want to say that I noticed that the title sheet you guys are showing still shows our old numbers. So just please disregard those and go by the civil engineer's numbers on sheet C1. But other than that, I think you've covered it all. We also want to update the septic situation. We, was showing a different septic layout on the plan, and we're in the process of looking into dry wells instead of the system you see on the site plan currently.
Yes, that's a good point. The septic plan is going in circles and we're back to dry wells, but those will be in a location. I think we have that solved. It's just a matter of coming up with the next iteration of that design.
And if you guys get to the site plan, not the neighborhood study site plan, but our site plan, I think you kind of skipped through this, but that's the only place you will see that treatment to the driveway where we have the alternate pavement. I think it should be sheet
AS 1.0.
Correct, which should be in the set. In my set, it's number 5, page number 5, but I'm not sure what page it would be in your set, because some of these sheets have been taken out.
That's sheet number 5, 1.0.
That one. Stop. Oh, this is not the updated.
There it
plan.
is. That's the one there.
Yeah, but that's not the plan we've uploaded with the help of Alex a few days ago. So maybe you guys located it towards the end of the set because they were supplemental.
Oh, let's see.
Yes,
if it
we
was
have to
towards the
switch
end.
some sheets. There, right here. So if you zoom in into the entrance to the driveway from Las Canoas, you will see that there is a light.
There it is. It's on that sheet there. Yeah.
If you, right here, yeah, you can see this area of treatment.
Well, I'll move this forward to the next step here. Alex, are you here?
Okay, I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions from the board?
No.
Where does it show where the roof is in relation to the driveway on the back of the house?
If you zoom in on this view, you will see a dashed outline on the exterior of the wall. That would be the roof.
Oh, okay. Now, you didn't end up moving the house at all away from the driveway, or did you?
We moved the garage.
Okay.
Overall, we moved the garage 3 feet away from the driveway and the storage, obviously. And also the trash moved perhaps 3.5 feet. So so basically this was the only point of conflict we had where the garage corner was close to the driveway wall. So we pulled it out as much as we could. We also have to work with a back out distance. So there's only so much we can move it away without making the retaining wall in the south even taller.
Right. And what's your planting in between the house and the driveway?
Tom, you'd have to go by the landscape plan. I'm not very
Yes.
familiar.
So I've got a laptop here with the landscape plan on it, and I'm going to zoom in on that right now. Although it's on those drawings there as well, and it looks like it is Ceanothus, maybe. No, Carpantha.
It's a combination of. Gosh, it's hard to tell.
What was your question? What the planting was where along the driveway?
Between the garage and the driveway, there's planting, and I'm struggling reading it.
One says Santa Cruz Island ironwood, and the other one is. I'm gonna guess Western redbuds.
Okay.
It's really hard to tell, yeah.
And the eucalyptus that you're removing are along Las Canoas or along?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I mean, I think the planting material stayed the same from the previous hearing. I think we just added more of that. I think the board overall liked what we showed before. We just had some additional space and we kind of made it a little bit more dense.
Okay.
I have a question. You have a 16-foot driveway. Is there a particular reason to have that wide?
Yes, that was a requirement by the fire department, and we worked with them closely in the beginning of the project to approve this turnaround and access to the house.
Okay, any other questions?
Sorry if I missed this because I heard you guys talking about the eucalyptus. So what is the consensus on the removal of the eucalyptus trees?
Yes, so there was a request that we remove the eucalyptus along Las Canoas there between the driveway, the widened driveway and Las Canoas due to a potential fire hazard that apparently in the past has been the cause of creating some structure fires as the wildfires come through.
So is that something that's going to occur?
Yes, it's on the plans and they are marked to be removed.
So, well, then I see you're proposing new arbutus trees up there along the streets. Okay, that's a good solution. All right, that was my question.
Yeah, I was curious about that too, that you're replacing the eucalyptus with arbutus. So there will be a good screen along Las Canoas still. Is that true?
That was the goal, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions or open it up for public comment? Or?
Okay, yeah, is any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? No. Oh, two participants raised their hand. Leah, can you let them in?
Yep, give me just a sec.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, Anne, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry I had to go see a patient, so I missed the first part of your presentation. So I have some concerns about the project, and I think I've voiced them before. But the neighbor came, the man who owns, Jason, who owns the property, came over to the McClellans the other day, and we were speaking about the septic tank, and that's one of my huge concerns. And I guess they're going to have some kind of processing of, the septic tank. And I asked him, he said it's going to be below ground, and I'm just wondering, like if it fails, what what happens then? Would we know when it failed? Because I think for some reason, even though we had to move our septic tank to follow protocol, of not having it so close to the creek. I think, I don't know if anyone's approved a variance for him to not have to do that. So I'm worried about why he was able to get his septic tank, if it is approved, closer than what the regulation is. So that's a huge concern.
Ms. Macy, this is a architectural review board, and
Oh, okay.
the whole
So
septic thing will be reviewed by the environmental health, and we have their own process, and we really don't, we don't have an expertise on septic systems, so we don't do that. We just we're into architecture, so that what we do. I understand your concerns. Please, if you have other items that relate to.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I know in the last meeting, the landscape architect said that she was going to cut down some of the sycamore trees because they were diseased. And I was wondering what the disease was. And I was concerned also about the oak tree that they're planning on taking out, which is, it's, to my knowledge, you're not allowed to cut down oak trees. So that's one concern. Okay.
Very good.
So we worked with an arborist on all trees mitigation, whether they were taken out or affected by the development. So every single tree that is proposed to be demolished, it has been reviewed and approved by an arborist, and we're mitigating for them as needed. And I do not know, unfortunately, the disease of the trees, but I'm sure some of the trees that we're removing are due to the request by the neighbors, and some of them because they were deemed, again, diseased by the arborist. So I would, if you would like, there's, I think, a page of the documents that shows the arborist report, and you'll probably find all this information there.
So I think
where would I find that?
It's in the set. There's an arborist report in the set, one of the first sheets of the set.
Okay. And then I was talking.
The proper way would be for you to approach staff and ask for ask for a copy of the arborist report, which is public knowledge.
That's fine.
To clear
That's
that.
fine.
Okay. Any other comment?
Yes. We were also talking to Jason about the barrier walls. And when we were in the last meeting, they were talking about how high the barrier walls were going to be and how long. And Jason was telling me they're only going to be 3 feet tall, but that's not my recollection on the what you guys were saying before.
Is the question about the retaining wall on the north side of the driveway?
I think it varies from about 2 feet to I think up to 5 feet at the lowest. I mean, at the highest on the closest to the Las Canoas road. But
okay, and then
I'm sorry.
How about behind the house?
Oh, I mean, it's landscape. So basically, the retaining wall behind the house is backing into the level ground, or more or less level ground. So you don't see the walls except from the inside of the driveway.
Okay, so we're not going to get the feeling that we're driving through a tunnel?
No, because it would be just a few inches above the finished ground.
Okay.
If you look at this, if you look at the section that the board is zooming into, you will see a higher wall on one side of the driveway, on the north side of the driveway, that's retaining the ground towards Las Canoas, but on the opposite side, you will be almost level to the ground.
Okay, and then I don't know if this is an appropriate question for your group, but when they are putting in the driveway, what is our access going to be to get out of our property?
That question has come up in the previous hearing, and the owners have answered that multiple times now. They're going to be working with the neighbors to make sure that they have the access throughout the entire time of construction, and however many days or weeks it will take to do the driveway, they will offer you access through their property.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That'll be.
Do you have any architectural questions?
Pardon me?
Do you have any architectural questions or comments?
I just, especially for my neighbors at the McClellans, is just how much of their view is just going to be obstructed by the house and and the walls and things like that. That would be my concern.
Okay, very good. Okay, is there somebody else, Leah?
There is. Susie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So that property, my understanding is it's 2.9 acres, but not much of the 2.9 acres are buildable area because of the flood zone, because of the creek, et cetera. And on the grading of this, these plans that you have here and all of the notes I have from before, the grading, I believe, is listed as, the print is so small, so it's hard for me to read it, but I don't know if it says 14% or if it says 16%. The actual contour of that property is more than 30%. It's not 14 or 16, it's definitely more than 30% of the existing, property. So one of my questions is, why is it listed different than that? And then why is overbuilding being allowed? This is such a small space on such a big property that's available to build upon, and to allow a house and a guest house just seems excessive. Why 2-story? Couldn't it be something that would fit into the actual property and the neighborhood better? I don't know where Mr. I'll probably slay his name, Oshmeyer. I don't know where the architect gets his numbers from regarding the houses surrounding, but there aren't a big bunch of houses surrounding this house or this property, this project. It's my understanding that there's no permits whatsoever in place at this time. No septic system is approved at this time, but building has started already on the property. We're staring at it now. There's a bunch of wood decks, Amazon boxes all over. And the owners have informed us that their friend is moving onto the property as soon as they can get these decks put into place. Like Ann Macy mentioned, we don't want to have a tunnel driveway, and I don't see what was explained here that changes that, but maybe I got it wrong. There is no meaningful separation between houses. There is no screening that I see that makes a big difference between houses. The FAR does not seem in line with the neighborhood whatsoever. The story poles that were up for some time did not tell a story at all. I think they need to go back up again with what is mentioned here, because we couldn't tell what was going on from those story poles. Is there anyone still there?
Yes, everybody's here.
Okay. So those are my main concerns. We certainly don't want some friend of the new owner moving in with his motorhome or mobile home or whatever. There is nothing in place. There's no permits, there's no septic, there's no anything. And we don't want to look at somebody's mobile home while these people are trying to get their permits in place.
But Shannon, if there are any issues about that regard, you need to talk to the staff, zoning staff. If you have
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. What did you say?
Yeah, that you need to approach staff with a violation or a complaint. But this is not the right word for that. We are architects and landscape architects, and that's what we're looking at.
Okay, so probably most of what I said might apply, but it seems like.
Susan, this is Alex Tuttle with planning staff. I would, many of these comments regarding like existing activity that might be occurring on there. So I would direct those to the planner, Alejandro
Jimenez.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alex Jimenez is very much, he knows what's going on with this property. I've kept him abreast of it all.
All right, very good. Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak on this subject? No?
Chair, I do not have any more requests to speak.
We would close public comments and we going now for deliberations of the board. This project is here for preliminary approval. So please make your comments accordingly. Has the applicant addressed our previous comments or not? Who would like to start?
Well, I like the project. I think it's well done. I like the scale of it, and you know, it's very informal and rural, and I think it's a nice project. My compliments to the chef.
Okay, I think page 17 kind of shows 17 and 18 shows the elevations. Okay, any other comments?
Well, my main concerns are still the proximity of the garage to the driveway, and just to have a more definitive screening program from Las Canoas, from the driveway, and to the neighbors on both sides. The guest house, how much was the guest house moved? As far as moving it closer, there was a request for it to be moved closer to the house.
Yeah, we moved it till it had 10-foot separation between the main house and the guest house. It was just over 2 feet.
I'm sorry, how much did you move it?
Just over 2 feet.
2 feet.
And that, again, it's driven by the separation between the structures. So we try to keep at least 10 feet between the structures.
Right, but do you have room to do more screening along the side of the guest house?
Yes, and we're showing more screening from the previous hearing to now. There's additional trees shown. And we're happy to increase the screening as needed, obviously. And again, the note, if you see the note on the east side of the driveway, since this is not our property, but we're happy to screen the east side of the driveway to alleviate some of the visual impact from the McClellan's property.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So your comment is about the screening. I think this plan shows the. So what's the vegetation again between the house and the driveway? Kate, can you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What did you say?
Yeah, what's vegetation between? What are the name of the plants between the house and the driveway? What is there? It looks like a bunch of.
Sorry, Alex, I'm not very good about planting. Tom has some technical difficulties. He's a bit better about that. Okay. So I think it looks, from what I see from the diagram, but it's hard for me to read. It looks like it's the Santa Cruz Island ironwood and the Western redbud, but I'm just going basically by what I see here. And then there, in certain locations, it shows California lilac. And then we have obviously an existing 12-inch oak that you see right by the trash enclosure.
I see. Yeah.
But we're happy to plant, additional screening on the neighbor's property. And the reason we're not showing it is because we do not know what that would be that they would like to see there. So that's why the note is kind of a placeholder.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Robert, what say you?
So, like from the previous meeting, we kind of discussed that, this home is dealing with a really constrained site. So architect and landscape architect dealing with a tough project here. I think the screening, the planting that's proposed here, it's tough to make sense of it without the landscape architect kind of walking through some of the thoughts behind and the intent of where the planting is going. But there are some large plant material proposed, like they got 24-inch box Catalina Island ironwoods and large Arbutus marina along the street. There might be some opportunity to fit some larger trees into key locations, kind of like right there at where the backside of where the driveway kind of wraps around that garage, maybe to help alleviate some of these concerns about screening. I think that the way that they've made a larger planting area along the backside of this house and between the driveway has given them the opportunity to, effectuate more screening here. And another thing to consider with this proposal is that this house is bunkered into the side of the hill. And so from the elevations, it reads kind of massive, but nobody really perceives the house that way unless they're standing. But at least it's not perceived from the public right away that way. And so like you're looking at the backside of the house from this view. So I'm in general support of it. I think it would have been great to have a landscape architect here to kind of outline some of the intent behind the planting plan. So maybe at the next meeting that would be helpful. Other than that, I'm in support of the project.
How does the board feel about the railing on top of the parking area, the entrance to the garage? You can see it on, if you blow up the east elevation, the number 2 east elevation, that's the railing right there. It was a solid wall before, which, it seemed like maybe more organic or part, but it was solid and more imposing. And now it looks like it has a metal railing, right? Tom, are you still there?
I'm here. He's still having issues with disconnect.
Okay. So that's what can you tell us? It's just a metal railing, right? With a, I can see very well. Let's see. It looks like it has a top rail, and then it looks more like a Mission Revival than. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
It's actually wood. Alex, it's wood railing. Yeah. Tom, are you here? Okay, Tom is not here. It's a wood railing. And we switched it to railing versus the wall per the board's comments previous time. So I think we also had an iteration where it was about a 3-foot wall with another, 6 inches of rail on top. So I think overall the railing reduced the massing of the retaining wall at the driveway, so it made it look a little bit lighter. If the board is reconsidering that, we're okay going back.
It seems drawn lightly than wood. You expect thicker timber, but if it's wood, then it does seem like a very thin members, but maybe it's just the way it's drawn. Or the way
it's might be a software situation. We can certainly update it to show the thickets a little bit bigger and the post a little bit wider. So that's kind of, we will work these all out in the next round of submittal for final.
But the idea is like a wood rail and a wood.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay. Very good. That was one of the comments made. All right. So my take is that I think it's a very appropriate house. I think it's very well designed, and the landscape is getting close to acceptable, and the applicant has dealt with difficult things and in a pretty tactful way, and I think it's an approvable project. So I think it's ready for a preliminary with landscape details and maybe some architectural details. I would like to see some more information about that railing, a little bit more better developed. I think I'm fine with the rest of the house. I think it's very, very handsomely done, and anyway, that's all my feelings. So how does, it's 4 of us, how does the board feel about this? Is it ready for preliminary, or would you like to see it one more time before preliminary?
I think it's ready for preliminary if we can be certain that the landscape that the architect is here for the presentation for final, and that the concerns are fully addressed and illustrated.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll make sure of that, and we'll send all of the notes from this meeting to her, and she'll address them or have an answer for you about all the questions that I wasn't able to answer.
Okay, yeah, and Kate,
Alex?
this is just for us. Yes, go ahead.
Was there a planner memo that went along with this project?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I don't see it. No.
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 Do we need that for preliminary?
Supposed to have it,
Oh, no.
but if you all feel like it's ready, the worst case scenario is if there's some unresolved planning issue, it would have to come back for revised. I mean, generally we don't.
I think
we don't want a project to get preliminary until it's kind of resolved on all planning issues as well.
Well, and given that the environmental health is not, sounds like it's in flux, maybe it's not really.
That's my only concern, but I don't know enough about this project to really say.
Well, we're not really in flux in an environment. It just takes some time. They've done testing.
Wait. Kate, this discussion is just for us, for the board. So we have two options. Alex, what do you recommend? I was also thinking about the septic, because I know how, my experience with the septic people is it's just not easy. Sometimes it takes a long time, and I know they've been working on this for months. So that would be the only thing that might be in doubt. What would you suggest that we grant?
Well, you could have it. I mean, you could grant it preliminary, or you could have it returned for preliminary final. Just to
maybe
leave a little flexibility.
And they will do that after they have a something from EHS for the septic.
Yeah.
Okay, that seems like I mean, for the applicant, it's not much of a difference, but okay, so maybe we should be clear about that the comments are to continue for preliminary and final with the comments to address landscaping issues as they have been mentioned. And I think the idea is landscaping to the north of the house, between the house and the driveway, and landscaping of the neighbors to the east and west, screening. Resolution, I'm not sure if it will detail the part where they're replacing the eucalypti and they're putting these other trees to document that better. Am I missing anything, Robert, in landscaping?
No, I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, and I would ask for some better detailing of the railing on the parking area. I think if it's timber, it should be a little bit heavier, I think more substantial, either heavier posts or heavier top rail or something. It looks too thin, at least from this perspective. And am I missing anything? No? Okay, so then it will be preliminary and final with those comments only, right? And but we have to come back when they have the determination of the septic, which is what's going to really, it can move the site plan, it can affect the site plan. Is everybody in agreement with that, with those comments?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that then. Okay, guys, that's the best we can do today. See you next time. Thank you to everybody that spoke.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 8. Number 8 is Wonderment. Let's see, at 3580 Toro Canyon Park. Do we have this? We do have Brian here. Good afternoon, Brian.
we've got myself, we've got Jesse representing the architect. We have Sam Maphis for landscape architect, and we have the owner, Margot, here as well, and we're ready to go.
Okay, we have a few comments. Let's see.
I think those comments are still out of date. I think those are,
Oh, okay.
we need,
Yeah, do we
current.
have the current comments, yeah. Because they're talking about the site visit and all the story posts, all that has been done.
Yeah.
I can, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I can read you back. I don't have formal minutes, but I can read you back the comments that I transcribed from the last meeting.
When did it last go, Tom?
It was 6/18, Alex.
6/18, hold on. One sec.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice project. Size, bulk, scale, architectural style, and materials are appropriate. Proposed materials should allow the project to recede into the natural setting. Board appreciates the proposed siting of the project. Exceedance of the hillside ridgeline height limit is acceptable given the overall architectural design. Screening along eastern and southern perimeter is essential to nestling the house into the site. It is essential the execution on site matches what is shown on the plans. Change to boulder wall is well executed. Use an alternative tree species to sycamore, such as oak, that is more consistent with the hillside setting and won't grow too tall. Tall trees will call more attention to the site. That's it.
Very good. Okay.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, I missed that. I think I missed that meeting. Obviously, you've done pretty well. You can address, who wants to address those comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll go through, I'll drive. Who's running the, is Chris running the files?
I am here today.
Oh, Robert, okay. We had to break them up into 2 file sizes to keep the size down. So we've got part 1, which is up on the screen now, and then we've got part 2. So
Roger that.
We can start with page renderings. You'll notice one of the at the initial meeting there was concern about the colors being too white. You know, we had, I think, dove gray and that sort of thing. The owners took that to heart. And I believe you saw that on the last iteration of the plans, but we've got all the materials all resolved. They're represented here on the renderings. But if you'd like to go to Robert, page 3 of the PDF. Of that part 1 file you've got up there.
Is that shown there? The aerial and stuff?
Almost. A little bit of lag on my end. It might just be me. There you go. The project is the same. Architecture is all the same that the board saw previously. What we've done, of course, you know, we're hoping to receive final today is to execute all of the details and provide all of those details. A lot of what has been done is in Sam's world, so I think that'll be the bulk of the presentation today, given the comments regarding the downslope screening and boulder walls and those kind of things, and we've got those details. So I think we'll start with architecture, which unfortunately is on the second file. Robert, if you don't mind, I apologize for that. That's just how we laid it out. If you can click on part 2 PDF, And then I
What
can
sheet am I looking
drive
for?
you to the right page on architecture.
Here's floor plan.
Yeah, so it'll be sheet 3 of, I'm sorry, PDF page 3 of, there you go. We can start there. This is our overall lighting plan. So we've showed that in plan view with the fixtures, and Jesse can take you through if there are any questions. We have the fixtures down below. We've also got those reflected on our color sheet, color material sheet, which you'll see next. But these are our lighting locations and the types of fixtures, all, you know, sconce type, hooded with the bulb, the LED up under the hood for compliance with the dark sky. And then if you go to the next sheet is our window and door schedule. Aluminum clad, dark color. Again, Jesse's here if you have any questions. You'll see a more specific photo of those in a few pages here, but that's our schedule. And then next page, scroll down, will be the elevations with our call outs, colors and materials, and stone. There we go. So again, the darker color, standing seam, metal roof. We've got rounded gutters, you know, the stone details and things you'll find on the architectural detail sheet that'll be coming. And Jesse, I don't want to hijack you. I just know the project so well and thumbing through. So if there's anything that you need to explain to the board in terms of materiality, now's the time to do it.
Okay. No, you were saying, so I don't want to interrupt you. But,
okay, if I'm doing good, I'll keep going, but I'm not trying to steal the show here.
No, you did a good job. I saw that you mentioned the floor plan. You showed them the light fixture. Those light fixtures are classic barn style fixture with the metallic shade, LED bulb for the efficiency, but then also the shade also seal the bulb, so the fixture dark sky friendly. They're not mounted very high, roughly just 7 foot high, 7 to 8 foot high. We have a couple recessed fixture out at the cover patio just to kind of make the space more usable at nighttime. So there are fixtures that you were seeing on the previous page. So this page here, which we'll be spending a little bit more time, we'll put some color on it so you can kind of tell the overall color palette, varying layers of earth tone. And if you zoom in, you're seeing a lot of the standing seam as our main roofing. And for the wall siding, we have 2 main type. One is the painted board and bat siding, and the other one is a natural stone veneer. So it just to kind of break it up, so we're not using one single material throughout the whole space. And we're using stone into some accent area. We have some in the tower, some at the entry area. And then we also, dress it up with different size windows, doors opening. And these are wood window with aluminum cladding. And they have quite a modern profile, as you can tell, not really thick, to kind of complement, we have a traditional shaped house, but then we do want to, when we are doing details and stuff, we do want to go about it in a clean way. So not a lot of chunky detail, not a lot of complicated details. So that's kind of what we are seeing. Again, it's varying earth tone, blends into the environment real well. From what we can tell from that rendering that you were just on, it kind of blends into the hill, blends into the landscape. So that's kind of like the driving factor for choosing the color palette. So that's
and we do have that color. Yeah, we do have that color material sheet that'll be coming up that we can dive into that too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And these materials
Robert, next.
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry. Well, let's wait and we'll get to the material sheet and we can go into so they can see the details on that one. If we go down, Robert, roof plan, seen this before. This was from our story pole installation. Nothing's changed on that one. Following pages are the sections. Again, seen previously, we haven't changed anything in terms of the height or shape or location of the footprint there. Again, the next sheet is additional sections.
And the barn, the idea is it was to complement the house. So based on this rendering, we can get an idea that the shape of the structure, materials, roofing, windows and door style, they really match what we have going on at the house. So that's kind of, the direction for the barn. There's some 2D elevations for that. So this page here is mainly to kind of focus on smaller details because we were looking at some big surfaces. And we have some 2D details here to talk about how we finish up the windows, finish up the openings. And then we also have some 3D visualization here that kind of talk about how we treat these windows around our stone siding and around our wood siding, because we do have two different conditions going on. We are also seeing the metal roof getting repeated on the metal awning, because some of the patio doors, we have a little bit of metal awning there to kind of tie in the whole metallic, we have some metal component going on. So that's, we can look at individual details, but that's kind of the main purpose of this page. And then the next one here, that's the actual photos for these materials we're looking at. So we're looking at the black windows with the clean line. I was just mentioning that. That stone pictures, what we really like on the right-hand side, the kind of the stone texture that we were thinking of to use it to complement our painted board and bed siding. So now on the left-hand side, you see the same fixtures again. So you can tell they all have a matte finish to reduce the reflectivity. Again, it's appropriate, for the hillside application. And these materials, metal siding, metal roofing, stone siding, and hardy panel. These are robust material, long lasting. So which we think that is appropriate for a hillside home. So that's what we're looking at, some of that. So I think that's like the main different component. So any questions? And yeah, any questions?
No, we could go to landscape maybe now. Sheet L1, the bigger site plan possibly.
Let me steer you, Robert, on the P. So that'll be the first PDF, part 1, and then that'll be page. Sorry, let me get to it here. It'll be page.
There you go.
There you go, page 10. Yeah, 10 of the PDF.
So as this fills in, this plan shows you the context of the building in the center, of course, and the barn to the bottom of the sheet. But it shows kind of the configuration of the terracing, the entry, drive, and drop off, and the trees, and a lot of the larger plants around the building. And some of the bigger questions on the previous meeting was screening on the south and the east and the west. So if you notice on the south side, we have an an olive grove or an olive orchard. And the attempt is to really do two things. It's going to screen this house from looking up from the community. The sight line is going to have these trees in the way of much of the architecture. And certainly it's going to hide any walls below the house for the pool. That I think is very successful in terms of the way that works for heights. It keeps it low. From our perspective, it screens out some of the tops of the greenhouses in Carpinteria and some of the views downward, and doesn't block any views of this spectacular view property to the ocean and the islands. But on the east side, which is the bottom of the page, you'll see a number of existing trees and proposed trees. We're working with existing oak that's a beautiful specimen down by the service road that remains. We're going to complement that with 3 others on the slope. So the neighbor, who is easily 400 to 800 yards away, will be looking at this house through layers of oaks and sycamores, because we do have a canyon down in that area. And one of the questions that came up last time was, the use of sycamores around the house. And really the house terminates at the end of a draw or a canyon coming up the east side. It's got oaks in it and eucalyptus, and we're going to introduce a sycamore, which is very indigenous to that canyon, up into that area and up around the barn. So I would like to keep that sycamore as a skyline or high roosting tree for birds and owls and some birds of prey. We want to kind of calm some of the activity of the vectors. For the farm, we've got coffee, we've got vineyards, we've got olive and fruit trees. So we're trying to, make sure we do a good holistic way of maintaining some of the varmints that prey on these nice fruits and vegetables that we're going to have on this property. But we also have a row of olive trees along the east line that, again, is part of the whole continuity of the theme of the property from the beginning. It always had olives. We're going to continue olives in and around the front of the house, around this house, and up the road and up the driveway where they already exist. So we're tying into an existing planted scheme, and we're continuing that scheme of olives and oaks around the property. On the west side, we also are going to be introducing oaks that go down towards what is an ESH, which is quite a ways down, maybe 150 feet away from the house, of chaparral and oak trees. So we really are taking those natural native trees around the east, south, and west side to kind of just blend it in and feather it into the natural hillside that's there, and certainly to soften the house. On the back side of the house, maybe if we go to the blow-up plan, which is, well, we've got, I think, an irrigation plan next. We could go to that, and then I'll show you a little bit more around the house. The
Yeah, that'll
irrigation-
be on page 13 of the PDF. There you go.
So we do have a well on the property, and that shows an extensive plant list that we have, that the owner, Margaret Redfern, is a master gardener and really wants to have a lot of plants around this house that are drought tolerant and water wise, certainly, but we do have a well, and we will be tapping the well for our irrigation for all of the landscape, the farm, orchards, and vineyards, as well as all the landscape around the house. So it's very conserving in that way. That shows the irrigation plan. So that main line from the tank down to the well will be servicing the entire house and all the vineyards and orchards. So that's the irrigation plan, which we're well along with. The blow up of, you said 13, Brian? Is the blow up.
Yeah, that was the blow up. You had it just real quick there. Yeah.
So again, I think one of the concerns that maybe Alex had was how we're softening the south side of the house. So we do have trees up at the main level of the house in planters. We've created some terraces with some steps that go down. We're using evergreen pears. We're using Arbutus marina. We want to be cautious of fuel management because this is high fire. So we're not putting trees too close to the house, making sure we have good low planting around the house in zone 1. As we get further out, we'll be increasing the size of the planting where we can to rock rose and ceanothus and a number of westringas. So we really feel like this landscape complements the house, the style of the architecture, the setting.
Sam, unfortunately, with our breakup of the files to get to the lighting plan and the final landscape sheets, Robert will have to bounce back. Yeah. So if you can go to part 2, file part 2, the first page of that will be the L4 sheet of Sam's plans.
Yeah, we had that up initially. So this just shows that we have path lighting to kind of come up and down from the entrance where a guest might arrive to the front door. Those are all low little path lights, 18 to 24 inches high. They'll be 1 to 3 LED watts, so very low wattage. We do where we have an olive, an evergreen pear, or a sycamore where we could have some moonlighting. Those cylinders as a fixture, those will be shrouded completely. The fixture is way up inside. It will be no more than 3 watts, and they won't be higher than 10 feet or 12 feet. We also have step lights in the walls where the steps are flanked by walls that are recessed. BK lights or FX lights. You see those two in the bottom right corner. And so it's very minimal wayfinding, safety lighting, only at the walkways, nothing out beyond the house, just to allow for safe passage around the house. So that's the lighting plan. We do have boulder walls.
One
again.
more sheet. Yeah,
Yeah.
one more.
We
Your
have a detail
details will be
sheet.
the next.
One of the big changes we made is we are going to have stone terrace walls and boulder walls and sandstone interlocking dry stack. I think is a real successful approach. Right in the middle of the detail sheet, you see kind of this stacked stone wall. You all know the look. It's a sandstone interlocking wall. So the drainage moves through it, very natural looking, and it'll complement the stone of the house and the elements and the materials used for the house. So I think that kind of summarizes most of the concerns the board had, to show you how far along we've come with all the landscape design and detailing.
And in fact, that concludes our presentations. We've hit all the sheets.
Okay, very good. Any questions from the board? No?
No.
It, everybody. I have a question, architectural question. You're using a 2-inch stone veneer for limestone, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a 2-inch natural stone adhere type installation.
I see. And how do you deal? I was looking at the details, like a window head and jamb. So you put the window flush with the limestone. You don't recess the window to the back of the wall or anything like that.
The idea is we will usually frame. Well, usually the wall is like a 2x6 wall, but then around the window opening, we usually frame it with 2x4, so smaller elements where we can frame a window against it, so that it will create a recessed look. And then the stone veneer is going to wrap around the corner to create that kind of like thickened.
That's the way I do it, but it's not the way it's drawn here.
Oh, maybe it's not using a 2x8 wall detail.
No, you have the window on the outside. That's why what you're describing is usually our standard way of doing it. That's why I was questioning that window, like detail 7 and 6, and on page.
So that would be page 11 of the second PDF file.
Right, on the A13. Yeah, it's on the, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering why you were doing it like that. But if you recess the windows, it would be so much better.
Yeah, that's the intent. Like if you see some of the rendering, I think the first rendering, we want to create that thick wall appearance that is a real stone. So we want to do that wrapped around effect.
Right, so that's why I was looking at the detail, because it didn't seem to work with that.
Yeah, no, good call. We'll make sure that it's
we'll make it a condition. Okay, very good. Any other questions, anybody? No?
A question.
Okay.
Are the quantities for all the plants indicated on the plans?
The sizes are, Josh, but the quantities are not at this point. We're happy to do that as a condition. We wanted, the owner wants some flexibility in the lower planting, which we're showing the extensive list and the sizes, the minimum. All the trees will be box sized, but we can certainly quantify those.
Okay, I know before when I brought a plan to the board, usually and I haven't put quantities, they say, got to put quantities to get final approval. So I think when you do your final submittal, it should have quantities. So.
Oh, by all means, we will.
Okay.
Okay. So
other than that, I think it looks great. It was a great planning. You got awesome plans here. I love the renderings, the way that they work with the architectural details. I think that's.
Yeah, any other details besides the recessed windows that we would, architectural details that we would like the applicants to come back with? Valerie, John? Nope. Okay. No. All right. So we have the quantity of plants and that little detail. Anything else? No. Okay. So so we could give this project a preliminary approval and continue final on consent. Is everybody okay with that?
That's good.
Yeah, I'm great with that.
Thank you all. And Alex, can I just clarify?
Wait, let's make a motion first, okay? Who would like to make a motion for that? a preliminary approval.
I make a motion for preliminary approval,
And the comments.
final on consent.
And the comments are to provide a quantity of the landscape on the plan, the final plans, and to provide details that show the windows will be recessed. Okay.
With those conditions.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Robert. All those in favor say aye.
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 See on consent next time with all details. I believe you're free to submit to the building department.
Thank you all.
Thank you, and you clarified what we needed. Thank you.
Very good.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now it comes to the last item. It's the, no, excuse me, no, not last, no, number 9, the Trinity Evangelical Lutheran Church, the roof replacement.
Can I just, who seconded that motion?
Robert.
I got it.
Okay. And I think the renderings are probably the best thing to show that. They're really impressive. Really.
So do we have a presenter for the church?
We do. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm on the East Coast. This is Adam Graham, the general contractor from Arroyo Seco Construction. I'm also a church member and on the design and build committee. And I believe Corey Moss is here with Wicks Roofing, our roofing contractor.
I am. Yes, how you guys doing?
Very good. Would you like to present this project? It's pretty obvious what you're doing.
Yeah.
You may want to describe
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. I'm glad you've got these pictures up first. During the winter of 2019 and 2020, we remodeled the interior of the congregation and were rained upon in a couple of long-term rain events as the roof was leaking near the steeple area on the north side of the building. So at that time, the congregation started the process of raising the funds for and selecting a new material for the replacement roof. The existing roof is original to the structure. It dates back to 1970, and it cannot be replaced due to engineering codes. It has asbestos and was originally a darker chocolate brown color, which in today's era of cool roof and Title 24 would not pass any of those standards. So our property and design committee selected a standing seam metal roof for the benefits of its longevity. There's a variety of color choices. The lightweight material on a 50-year-old structure was preferable, and it's something the congregation can afford. So the material that we selected, we think works very well with our very steeply pitched central roof that you can see in the current picture. Our color selection was based on compliance with cool roof and Title 24 guidelines for commercial structures. As a committee, we wanted to get away from the dark brown original color, and as you can see, the even less attractive pinkish brown hue that's on the roof as it's weathered very poorly over the last 50 years. We wanted a color that passes the requirements for the solar reflectance and the thermal emittance, as there is no air conditioning in our main portion of the building. We also wanted the color to update the original mid-century modern architecture. We also wanted a color that is forward-thinking as the architectural type and the total color palette package that we've chosen, we think reflects a nice nod to that original architecture. That's it.
I have a question. I have a question. Of those 3 panels, which one are you going with? The flat panel, the ribs, or the striations? Which one are you using? Are you proposing?
I believe we are the top, the striations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is that the 24-inch or do you know?
Yes, I do. I think we are at the 18-inch.
18-inch.
Yes.
And I also have a question, like sometimes the ridge caps get to be very large, maybe not so much in a steep roof like you have, but the ridge for, you know, on valleys as well, on hips, I mean, do you know how big they are? Like, I think the smaller the better. I mean, sometimes they're used for venting and they get really big, but the structures start looking more like industrial. So, you know, have you chosen those details?
Yes, Alex, I believe they're in the plans. If we can go to some of the section, the length of the ridge cap, I believe is part of the plan set.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this application?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any requests to speak.
Okay, so it's back to the board. Any questions about, any comments about this project, this application?
No, I don't think so.
I'm looking at the details. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just have one, I guess, question, comment. I know you looked at colors very carefully. My first impression is, well, gosh, can we make it a little bit darker? Then I understand. Then I thought about the what you were talking about, cool roofs. So is the one next to it the forest green too dark to meet code, or what? You know, the one right next to it, that one right there, the forest.
Yeah, there were a number of commercial and residential roofs that we drove to, and as a committee, people sort of proposed different addresses of roof colors to look at. So the hemlock green was not unanimous by any means, but the hemlock green was the democratically decisive color. But forest green was part of that process, as was parchment. But again, the hemlocks, I think the color that the congregation's happy with at the moment.
Great, thank you.
Alex, this is Tess with Planning and Development. I just wanted to make sure that the board also saw the renderings in the box folder. It just shows what the green looks like on the roof.
Right, yeah, I look at this myself. Maybe you want to show them the one that says, where is that? Oh, the rendering, the second one, yeah.
Is it showing there?
Yeah.
Do you think it should be darker?
Well, I'm not sure. Also, I'm not sure how it ages. You know, what happens with time? How does it oxidate at all? You know,
You guys, I could comment on this one if you'd like. The Kynar coat on the metal, you have a good 30-40 years before you even have to worry about any sort of chalking and whatnot. I think that was a big part of the decision, was the longevity and low maintenance of this installation.
Yeah, okay. All right. What does the...
Well, my feeling is if it were darker, it would blend better into the landscape. I mean, that's just a point that comes to mind.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was my first opinion. But then if you look at the first, see, like this one looks lighter than the other one, the same roof, right? It's just the light. Yeah. Anyway, where are you? Valerie, you're usually good with colors.
Well, I'm interested that the congregation went around and looked at different roof installations. And did you look at installations that were as steeply pitched as this roof?
Now, unfortunately, there are not that many structures that I'm aware of in Santa Barbara that have that many that much square footage on that tall of a structure. It's a very unique building.
Yeah.
It doesn't snow enough here.
Well, it's true. My first thought was, in keeping with a cooler roof, that going with something like the parchment or, you know, a more neutral color. It's really hard to tell from these photos how that green is going to read in reality in such a big roof with such vertical faces. So.
You know, what really helps the roof is the you know, you said you have 18-inch pans, right? Is that what you said? 18 inches?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so you have all those ribs that really give a little shadow. It makes it gonna look very, very nice. You know, it's gonna add to it, you know,
And just as far as the trims and whatnot go, we would be custom breaking the material in our shop here. So as far as the architectural details, they could be changed, molded, however you guys would see fit on that. Like I said, it basically comes in a large 4-foot by 10-foot sheet, and we custom break everything ourselves on this.
Well, my
Well,
present
could you ask them to run a full length? So you wouldn't have to have a joint in that big plane?
That'd be a really long piece, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no worry on these ridge installations. I mean, the typical, I think 12 feet is, I think, the most we can go to. 10 feet's pretty typical. The way the standing seam is actually installed, I think it does show it on the architectural details, the ones that we drew up. The way it locks in, as well as the way it's sealed. I mean, like I said, I mean, we do watertight warranties for, 20, 30, 40 years on the ocean side here and haven't had a problem. So I wouldn't worry so much on the seam, especially at that height and angle, the way it would be locked in. I don't even think you would notice the seam from the ground.
Yeah, I think on the smaller accessory structure with a shallow roof, I think there you can use the ridge caps if they are smaller rather than larger. Because that will be seen, and I know in houses in my neighborhood on Chapada, on the upper side of the street, you see all these new houses with metal roofs, and they do have these very large, ridge caps, and they start looking industrial. They're looking more like and here is where where you're showing in the lower pitch roofs. That's where you're going to see it. So it's just an opinion, I guess, a suggestion to if you can make them smaller. Anyway, so the questions on the color, is this color acceptable to the board? Yes, no?
Yes.
Kind of.
Yeah,
If I could comment one more, they did look at some of the forest screens. The forest screens, just in our opinion, and especially up here like San Luis area, going down to Paso Robles or up to Paso Robles, Santa Barbara, a lot of the industrial capped areas have used that forest screen. There's a lot of cabin type installs as well. So our clients usually stayed away. The hemlock, which the renderings do show a pretty accurate depiction of it. It is a nice soft green color. It does help a lot more with the cool roof rating that they are going for. So I mean, in relation to the other colors, I think it would look nice as opposed to like one of the darker bronzes or mediums. I think they were trying to stay away from the like brownish tones and whatnot. So the hemlock is kind of a nice, median between all of those colors.
Okay.
Well, it seems, the building itself, it is actually pretty strong. It's, for its date, it's quite simple and nice. And it just seems that the green roof is a little timid for the structure. And another color, darker color, would actually complement the architecture itself better. I mean, that's my first impression of looking at it.
Yeah, the hemlock it almost mimics the old copper roofs that when they patinaed, you'd get that patina green or that hemlock color. So that's kind of where that color was born from. I know they were going with a little bit darker of the fascias. I believe it was one of the parchments or tans as well to kind of accent some of those strong points you're talking about.
Well, it's obvious that the congregation and the applicant, they have really looked into this. You know, they haven't really chosen the color willy-nilly. And I'm willing to acquiesce and go with the request.
Yeah, I am too.
I agree.
Okay, so do we have a motion to, this is what for, is that conceptual?
Just conceptual.
Conceptual, yeah.
I don't think we need much more, but you can continue to preliminary and final and consent
Yeah.
next week. And yeah, we're in, the majority of the board is in support of the color. Okay. So very good.
Alex, did you have a comment? Something about studying the ridge cap or something?
No, I just wanted to communicate that, and I think we're all in agreement of what everybody wants to see. So we're good. Okay, so thank you very much. We're moving on to the next and last project, number, what is it, number 10. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Number 10, that is the Hidden Valley Lane. Where are we? Okay. So do we have an applicant? Is Vanguard, is Sarah Bronstadt here? No? Yes, Sarah, can you unmute yourself? Leah, Alex?
I think she might be having issues because she looks like she's unmuted. Let me see.
Can you hear us, Sarah? No.
Let's see.
Maybe if she gets out of the meeting and comes back, it might work, right?
Maybe. Sarah, why don't you try that?
This is the property next to Ellen DeGeneres, right?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. That fixed it. So I've been here all day, basically. Okay, so I'm Sarah Bronstadt with Vanguard Planning, and I'm representing the owners. And I would actually like to start with a different file from a box link.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could open, Leah, the SB slides document.
Okay.
You know what is Robert driving today?
Okay, Robert? Yeah, S-bar slides, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Bar slides. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And if you could just make it as visible on your end as possible, that would be great. So this is the property. It's located 2886 Hidden Valley Lane, which is in the Toro Canyon area. And this area is characterized by large homes that are tucked in and among lots of vegetation, and there's lots of change in topography. The houses are spaced pretty far apart, as you can see. And this is our property here with the red dot.
And you could see Ladera Lane is basically the largest cross street nearby, where you see houses are closer together along this corridor, but really back in here, just given the topography and the neighborhood, it's just more tucked in. And as you drive through, you can't see a lot of the houses from the street. So a lot of the neighborhood photos that we've provided for today are drone view. So okay, continue the next slide if you would. So this is just a zoomed in version of that same map, and I've outlined the property to give you an idea what we have here. You could see off Hidden Valley, this is the main driveway, just below that red southern property line. And that driveway is shared by 3 other neighbors. So you see the first 2 are on the east side of the road, the red roof, and they're behind there's a gray roof. So there's 2 neighbors down at that location. And then the driveway winds through to the other side of the red line, the other side of the property, and then winds kind of back down. And there's a very rectangular kind of light brown roof that is the end of the driveway where the 4th residence is. So their 3rd property here in the middle is our project, and so it's currently vacant. I want to go to the next slide. So we've gathered some data just to get an understanding of the neighborhood. This is some APN data. We also reached out to the county assessor's office and got data for the 20 closest homes to just get an understanding of lot sizes and house sizes. And we learned that we are the 2nd largest lot in the vicinity. The majority of the lots are smaller, closer to 3 acres. And then from there, we were able to gather data such as house sizes. They range from 2,600 to 8,900. The FIRs range from 0.01 to 0.10. And this property is actually residentially zoned. There's no resource management zone that triggers the need for a development plan. So it's intended to be for this use. You go to the next slide. This is the street view of the gate at that driveway facing north. And inside the gate, you could go to the next slide. Off to the right, here is the first residence at 2896. And then you could see the driveway will keep going up to that gray house. And we were only able to get a view of that house from the next slide, sort of a drone view at the rear, to give you a sense of the size and the topography. And keep going to the next slide. The driveway winds, as you saw on those aerials. And so where you see the white car parked is what we have been calling the lower pad area. It's a large flat area. And we did look into, potentially developing that area, but property records show that in 2012, a land use permit was pulled to fix a slide. There was a small sort of landslide at the whitish area portion of that lower pad. And that was compacted and stabilized. But the geotech engineers we have on our team discouraged any use of that property for any structures. So we do not have any proposed development for that area. So we are proposing development at the upper portion where you also see a flat area where we see a second driveway splitting off the main driveway. And on that upper pad is what we call it. There's a flat portion at the very top, and then there's kind of a steep little slope down to what we've called like the lower level of the upper pad, which is another flat area, or predominantly flat area, divided by this little slope in between. So really, the and all the vegetation you see around it is all very steep. It's all largely over 30% slopes. We're not proposing to, really we're very limited to this location about putting the house there, which is why we chose that spot. So next slide. And this just gives you a view. You could see on the right-hand corner, that's the upper pad we were just talking about, but the driveway does keep winding, and you could see give you a sense of the fourth house a little closer in. And in fact, if you want to go to that next slide already, we can get a better view of that fourth home. So you could see it looks like a lot of the development around is dictated by where they could find a flat. And, we really didn't have any idea what these houses look like, even though we've been to the site many times. Everything is very largely vegetated and screened. Nobody really can see each other. This house is southwest of the subject property. This is like about a 9-acre parcel. It's the largest house. So this is directly next door. And this is uphill from us. On the picture on the top, you could see the upper pad, the top of that where we're developing, and that's actually where the property line is right next to that upper pad. And then uphill, you could see the neighbor behind us, north of us, at 10. Nope, no, don't go back one, please. Yeah, so that's the house that's just north of us, again, we had no idea what that house looked like. So we got the Google Earth imagery. So, we're pretty confident they're not going to be able to see us. And so we're happy about that. So go to the next slide. And this is just east of this house. This is the house just east of the one we just saw, to give you another sense of size and topography. And then the next slide will be the house you see on the right in that image here. Just again, to give you a sense of size and setting. And so yeah, that's that. And we can go to the next slide. This is actually across Hidden Valley on the other side. It's sort of a valley view if we were looking from the upper pad out. This is, a little sense of what the houses are on the other side, although they're very far away. This is, again, a drone view we were able to capture. Houses on Vista Linda, just to give you some neighborhood context. And I think that's it for the neighborhood that we have. Go to the next. Here's just an aerial view of where we're proposing to go. Again, the northern property line is actually kind of runs along those power lines that you see there across the top. And yeah, just go to the next one. So in February of this year, we submitted our for this property. And we did not submit to your board. We submitted for a planner consultation application just directly to planning. And we understood going in the challenges associated with the site, not only just physical challenges, but also limitations imposed by the Toro Canyon Community Plan area. We understood going in that, the plan limits or recommends height limits of about 16 feet. They really want to see houses that are not too tall, that are following topography. They really discourage any grading on slopes that are greater than 20%. And they outright just discourage or ask that you do not touch anything over 20% slopes unless it precludes reasonable development. That's what the language says. So this initial concept is one story to meet that 16-foot height limit. And we had talked with the fire department, the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire Department, about the driveway, what improvements are going to be necessary for that. And they had said, well, gosh, that driveway on this site as is too steep for us to get our fire trucks up there. So we would like to see that slope of the driveway to that upper pad get reduced. So part of our site development for this initial concept involved grading down 10 feet, which expanded that upper pad and actually sort of helped bridge the upper pad to that lower level where I described there was a little bit of a slope in between. And so the driveway, the slope within the driveway to the upper pad dropped down to 17% and expanded that area large enough so we could have this one-story house up there. And where you see the kind of this gray square at the bottom or the middle of the page here is the pool. So that was what was being kind of used on that lower level, or it was kind of brought down to the house level. So this was just our initial site plan. And I'll just, if you want to just run through the next few slides quickly, this just gives you a visual of what that initial concept looked like. This was in the driveway facing the house. This is sort of a drone view as you were to fly around the house. There's that pool out on the nose there of that area. So yeah, stay here, please. So the county sent us a feedback letter, and I have some bullet points here I'll just flip to. Basically, they did, the feedback was they appreciated the height height limit was being respected, but that to them was not as big of an issue as the fact that we were cutting down the pad to expand the footprint of the buildable area. They understood that we had to cut the driveway down in order to satisfy the fire department. So they were saying that we obviously, to the maximum extent feasible, would need to grade down that driveway, but they didn't think that we should be grading down the pad across the board or across the whole top. They also suggested in that feedback letter that we consider a bridging concept or idea, creative solution to connect the upper portion of that upper pad to that lower level that's about 10 or 15 feet below, rather than grade, to connect the two, to really try to bridge over and utilize the two areas with a bridge in between. So basically in this picture, wherever you see pink is where the slopes are over 30%. So they basically, anywhere on that footprint of what you see that's over pink, they wanted us to push back. So we weren't touching those areas. So that's where we were in February. And since then, we've been working on a revised concept to try to achieve the goals that planning set forth for us. And so the next slide is the revised site plan that we're here to present to you today. So this is the footprint. You could see it shrunk on the upper pad, or on the pad at the top of the image there. And where you see it gray, darker gray, is where we are proposing to bridge or cantilever. So we are able to connect to that lower portion by bridging over that slope, so we do not have to touch it. And there's a couple other gray areas on the right that are also just represent some cantilever where we just didn't have to touch it. We can just build over it. And I don't know if you can tell a bit where there's some purple hashing, which is sort of in the middle there, but next to the cantilever between the two areas is purple. You see a 65 square feet, and the next to that, you'll see a 20 square feet. Those are the only two portions of the 30% slopes that we are having to touch just for the house. As I mentioned, we will be touching it for the driveway, for the fire department, but for the house itself, we're proposing to touch 85 square feet. And this basically is necessary to allow a walkway, you know, on the next to the bridge, so to speak, to connect the two spaces, if that makes any sense. Next slide. There's just an aerial view of this revised concept. You could see the footprint or the roof area is shrunk up top. And go to the next slide, please. Here's just a model image of on top of the aerial that we took. So this is the new front elevation as you would drive up. So it's it does exceed the 16 feet, which, as I mentioned, the county's planning department said was something they felt that was where there would be more flexibility than, you know, grading was really what they were primarily concerned about. So we are proposing to exceed the 16 feet height limit in order to allow for a house that's essentially follows the topography, as you'll see in more imagery. But this is the point where we sort of have that connection between the lower level and upper level. So the entry is at this garage level. The garage door is actually on the left, or it's in the kind of the center left of the structure, with some landscaping kind of hanging down over that. And you can actually go to the next slide, get a little closer up view of that front entry area. Okay, so this is next to that garage door. And on the right of the screen, you'll see this little, gosh, what do you call that? Overhang on that lower portion. That's the entry to the front door. And then inside you can see stairs because, like I said, we sort of immediately have to sort of step up or step down to achieve the house as it's following topography. So this is the graded side. We had to grade 10 feet down to get to this, to put this garage here. So where we are, the tallest portion of the proposed house is on this side. Because of that, we've graded down the 10 feet. So we are proposing to exceed the height limit by about 10 feet. The house, wherever possible, is 16 feet, with the exception of some eaves around the back. But on this side, the tallest portion of the house is about 26, 27 feet max from grade that you see. So next image, please. This is just, again, sort of a drone view of the west elevation facing northeast. And you can see how we have that upper portion. It looks 1 story from out here. On the back side, it was 2 story, but on this side, it looks 16 feet. And we do have some eaves that are projecting out. And because you have to measure height from grade, we are exceeding the 16 feet by about 5 feet in some locations, but it's just the eave from what I understand. And I do have the architect here. He will get to speak after me. But that is actually in the middle there where you see some grayish blue is we do have, as part of that connection from the upper pad to the lower pad, we have the pool, and it's just cascading some water down the side of the lower portion of the proposed residence. And go to the next slide, please. So this is the other side, the east elevation, just looking, so it looks like sort of a 1-story version at the top. And we have this connection that follows the topography down to the lower level where we have guest rooms down below, and the pool is essentially on top, or it's adjacent to the bridge between those 2 areas. Just keep going with the slides. It's just the rear elevation, just looking above where those rooms were below. And we do propose this planter box to be surrounding this patio area, which will help screen railings. We are thinking about glass railings, and I'm not sure that that's effectively shown in this photograph, But the purpose of those planter box and the landscape screening is just to help sort of blend it into the hillside and to reduce any, you know, I guess, visual obstructions that you would see otherwise without, and I'll let the architect talk about the railings when he has his turn next. If you want to keep going. This is just moving up that same patio towards the rear of the residence. And keep going. Just another drone view. And in this picture, you see that hallway that I described. We basically have to grade that 65 square feet of 30% slope in order to achieve a connection for the stairs from the upper to the lower section of the residence. Keep going. Just more drone views back on the east side. This is just an aerial view. It gives you a sense of the, you know, proximity of those neighboring houses and aerial view of the proposed residence. We have a couple of these if you just want to keep going. This is from the uphill neighborhood, kind of looking down over the proposed project. And again, this is just a before and after kind of image there where we have our house. And next slide too. Oh, I think we skipped one. Could you go back? One more. There we go. Okay, that's just a different angle of the same thing. Yeah. So that's the before, and we have the after. And again, these are all drone views. This isn't necessarily the pedestrian walking by experience. This is the street level. This is where you would drive up, and this is there's two images there. This is actually one where it includes the proposed residence, and then the next slide, which is my last slide, is a zoomed in version of the same picture. So this is what you would see at the gate driving in. So that concludes my slides. I'm available for questions, obviously, but I also have Aaron Spell here, who can help us walk through the plans and answer any of your architectural questions. We do not have a landscape architect on board yet. We are only here today for concept review. So based on your feedback, we'll be back next time with landscaping for you to comment on as well.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. Mr. Spell, would you like to add some architectural show the plans? Should we go to the next set?
I'm not quite sure what's next. Sarah?
Let's see.
Yes. If we could get the close this file and open up the architectural plans, please.
The one that says plans, conceptual, Walsh, new dwelling. Is that the one?
It should be just called conceptual architectural plans. Yeah.
Is this it?
Yes.
So that's the
that should be. Right. You said.
Alex Peugeot, could I just interject? I have to leave in 15 minutes, and because we don't have a quorum without me, we need to keep ourselves along.
So, yeah. Okay. So, okay. Very good. What would you like to show us?
Okay. So here, really quickly, go to the what you had previously. The entry plan. So one forward. So you enter next to stairs that take you up to the upper floor. Also, you can drop down 5 feet to the lower floor. You see there is a corridor that connects you to the 2 guest bedrooms. That also visually connects the entry through the house to the ocean. And then you have billiards and the gym back in the back area next to the garage. Also an elevator and some storage and mechanical room. and you can go to the upper floor.
Robert, yeah.
Come up the stairs, a very strong axis carrying through the space, visually connected to the landscape. You split the great room, which ceiling height is at 14 feet, which gives us 16 feet max roof height. Give ourselves two feet depth for our concept for the construction of the roof. You go by the office at the entry, ceiling height in that office area is 11 feet, 9 feet ceiling height everywhere else, except for the master bedroom. So you can flow through the kitchen, connect back to the master suite, the closets. We left an area in the back of the house for water tank storage and mechanical. And there's an existing water well on site located in that area also. We've proposed a roof garden on top of the garage. So you visually, this hall seems like one level, although it's 2 levels. And then you look out across the pool to the ocean. We've used this ring of planters to hide the railing that's required along there. Again, this is very preliminary. We wanted to get your feedback before we continue on, because the previous round we had developed plans pretty thoroughly and the county came back with a lot of changes. So we thought it best to come to you early on in the process. You want to go to the renderings? If you guys have any questions about our intentions, we're thinking about doing a waffle slab for the roof to achieve some of the cantilevers and minimize the amount of structure that's exposed.
Very good. Let me expedite this a little bit. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this subject? Leah, is there anybody here?
I do not have any requests to speak.
No request to speak. Very good. Valerie, I know you have to leave soon, so would you like to, what are the questions that you have?
So on the backside next to the hammerhead, we are exceeding the 16-foot height limit by 10 feet due to get fire access. It is upslope, so you never perceive it really from the downslope area. And the neighbor's fairly far up, and I don't believe they'll be able to see the height of the house either because of the retaining walls that are required. The waffle slab at the cantilever areas, since we have maximized that great room, exceed the height limit along the slope, probably maximum 5 to 6 feet. But it's just the overhang and not the building. So the building itself never exceeds a 16-foot height limit. And so
here's a question. In this site section A that we're looking at, that's the driveway access. I guess in the renderings, I'm a little confused still why it's a full 2-story at the point that you enter.
Because we have to lower that back pad, side of the pad, 10 feet to achieve the 17-foot required slope on the driveway. But we couldn't grade the rest of the pad that lower level because the county, so we basically a split level house.
Right. No, I understand that, and I appreciate the bridging that you're doing. But when you look at the renderings is it in the slides package? Yes. Particularly
the first one. There you go.
Yeah, this one. Now, it feels like you're walking in at a fully 2-story level, but
correct.
You actually go up to your main floor.
Yeah, so you see the staircase there in the corner?
Yeah.
So in the foreground is our hammerhead. And then we access the garage at that level. And then you go up to the main living space where the fire is at. Or you can go down and connect to under the swimming pool to the lower pad or the lower portion of the site to get to the guest rooms.
But where's your hammerhead? It's at this level where the stepping stones are, right?
That's correct.
So I guess I'm not seeing why you had to go up a full 2 stories.
Because there's a whole half of the site that's 10 feet higher than the fire truck could access. It puts our road at a higher than allowable slope for access.
Right.
So the hammerhead has to drop 10 feet to allow for this minimum slope for access, but we couldn't grade the whole site because of the county had problems with removing that much dirt and touching the 20% slopes or the 30% slopes along the edge. So for fire truck access, we cut the site in half.
Yeah, I guess,
So
the hillside to the left of this rendering has two stepping walls. It's coming down, you're saying around 10 feet or how?
the tallest wall is at 10 feet. We put another wall at 5 to 6 feet in front of it to visually minimize it, put some planting to screen.
Yeah, I guess I'm still not seeing, I understand you had to lower it for the hammerhead, but why do you have to go back up? Why can't you, because the grade is dropping down dramatically below.
Correct.
Why are you not just bridging down from there? Why is it going up to why are you creating this two-story element that we're looking at here?
So again, the upper part of this, I guess the upper part of this site is 10 feet higher than the fire truck access. But to flatten out the whole site, we're removing too much dirt and the county wouldn't allow it. So they only allow us to remove enough dirt for hammerhead access.
Right.
You're not understanding the question, I don't think. I think the question is, why isn't it just single story in that location?
At this view, why isn't it single story? Yeah.
Because on the downslope side, it is single story. We couldn't touch the grades on the downslope. So if you go to the right of this, where that tree's at, where that glass piece is there, sticking out where the office is at, that's actually a one-story space with dirt underneath.
So what we can't see behind that wall is that you're back up again. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
You have a section through there?
Yeah, it is confusing because I think running east to west, you've got to
Go back. Can you go back one slide? Back one more slide. So you see on the left hand where the dirt goes up, that's that space that you were seeing. So right behind that mound of dirt, that's where the drop's at. But the downslope side is perceived as one story because the county wouldn't let us touch those steep slopes.
I think what this is an amazing design and presentation. What the package is lacking are some clear elevations with context of the existing site. I think that's maybe why Valerie's a little confused.
Yeah, the package is lacking a lot of information. We were really just looking to see what your responses were to us breaking the backside height limit and the height limit on these eaves that are overhanging. Because that's kind of the driver of the project. And if it was absolutely a no-go, we don't want to blow a lot of time doing a complete package for nothing.
So can I ask a quick question from a planning perspective? Do you have any elevations that show the height relative to existing grade? Because that's how the height measurement is calculated, but it's hard to tell.
So 927 here is the existing upper pad. 917 is the lower portion of the pad for
Oh, you're not depicting the 16-foot height limit from existing grade anywhere.
Should be, so at the top of, no. So at 42 is 10 feet or, there you go.
There should be a line 16 feet off of the existing grade here.
Exactly. Yeah, that follows that existing grade. And that's how you can then show what portions of the structure are exceeding the height limit.
And also these sections don't really give us context of what's breaking those lines, the line that's not shown.
Right.
Let me ask a question to Alex, the planner. Alex, would you measure this site obviously has been bulldozed with 2 pads. That 16 feet is from the existing pads or from the natural grade? I mean, if you have a slope line, you could imagine what it was. So what lines do you offset 16 feet to set the limits or the standard?
So I'd have to look back at the exact language, but there is something in the language about if the site has been previously graded, you measure existing grade from the pre-graded condition.
Yeah, from what I
But-
understand, it's existing, or proposed, well, yeah. It's existing grade is what we understood it to be as we
Right.
followed.
Like,
And
like
then,
you can see there that if you draw a line from the top to, from one corner to the other, it will be a straight line. But now the line kind of goes up and down because it's been graded a few years ago. So the question is, do you go from it would be natural grade or from the existing grade? I mean, I'm not biased one way or the other. So I want to know the rules.
I believe it's from what would be the natural grade if the site has been previously graded.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the site has been vacant like this for a very long time. It wasn't, when you walk out there, there isn't a real, I mean, our team didn't have a clear impression that this was like a freshly graded site that we were just taking on, that we could
Yeah,
clearly
sure.
identify what the,
What the prior grade was.
yeah, exactly. If anything, it's
So-
just been cleared.
Yeah, hard to say. But I know we've done that in the past on other projects where there's clearly a graded pad. We measure existing grade as sort of the imaginary line of what would have been there for the purposes of measuring height.
If that's the case, then we're not, that's the rule, then the backside doesn't break the 16-foot height rule. It's just the overhangs on the front ocean side.
Yeah. Do you have an assigned planner yet?
We do. It's Sean Stewart. He just couldn't be here today, but he did submit a memo, which I'm not sure, Alex, if you want to read into the
Planner memo. Here it
record.
is.
Or I can read it too, if
Okay,
you'd like me
please.
to.
Yeah. This site is significantly constrained by slopes over 30%, with the exception of existing pad areas and structures that are subject to the 16-foot ridge line and hillside heights guidelines. Staff has indicated that site development should comply with Toro Canyon policy, blah, 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 unless required to achieve site access. It would make conceptual feedback on whether the board, as could make the findings that greater flexibility in the height limit guidance will better serve the interest of good design without negatively affecting neighborhood compatibility of the surrounding view shed. And that's this development standard. Okay, it's described there. You can read that. And the description is, well, I think we have the description.
It seems like if you did the diagram that Alex Tuttle was describing, where you take the existing hillside and how your building breaks that, I'm not sure you're that much over.
On the backside, we wouldn't be over at all. It's the front side that's the biggest concern.
Right. But I think if you can give us a clearer diagram of that. And then I guess another question I'd have for the rest of the board is whether we could or should consider some kind of story polling. It may be very hard to do on a site like this to even give ourselves a sense of what it really is doing on the hillside.
Well, I think it's a little premature to get there. I think this is a very complex design on a very difficult property.
Yeah.
And I think obviously the team has done a very good job analyzing the possibilities and so forth, but we do need some more work. Let's start from the other side. How about the architectural style of the house? How does the board feel about that?
It's fine. It's beautiful.
Okay,
Yeah, it's all right.
positive. Now as far as the impacts, what I can see, what I can tell is from the different renderings, what seems to me that jumps more to my attention is the lower part, not the cantilevers, not the back part against the hills, against the hill. That's the part that seems to be, it brings more attention. It becomes more perhaps unnatural. The planted railing around the pool, I don't think that helps. I think that kind of brings, I think the pool part, that portion sticking out to the south, that to me it seems to be the more problematic. But that's just a quick take. I know the team has been working hard on this, but it's that concept over there, the cantilever, the way that it seems somewhat unnatural on a normal hillside. The upper part seems to be much more compliant and easier to blend into the surroundings. That's a quick take of what you're showing. To be, I guess, more thorough, we need these sections that we're talking about. Plus, if you want some kind of a variance or an opinion from the board to justify exceeding the guidelines, you need to indicate what areas of the development exceed 16 feet, like in a roof plan or something like that. Then you indicate the shaded area, so we know at least we can quantify that for the record. That's
Just
the way we
quickly,
usually do it.
Yeah, just quickly from this viewpoint, those two overhangs you see there on the upper part, that would be the only place on the main house. That would be the only place that we would exceed the 16 foot. Everything else is within the limits. The lower pad actually engages the landscape besides what's shown. We didn't spend a lot of time updating this model. It's probably 30% where we want it to be. Again, we just wanted to test the waters and see if we're going in a direction that's completely unacceptable.
Well, I think you need to illustrate that with sections indicating the original grade, if that's what the reference is. And that's what we don't understand.
We'll provide those, absolutely. It's just, again, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we were just want to know if this design was something that wasn't in keeping with Toro Canyon, and if the board was open to these two eave areas minorly exceeding the existing grade 16-foot setback.
Oh, but we don't know how much it exceeds it.
Maximum
We
5
can- We
5
need to
feet.
know more precisely how much it's exceeding, because in your initial presentation, you were talking about exceeding by 10 feet. That's a lot.
That's
So-
the back. That's the back side.
Yeah, but we need to have a plan view where we can see the percentages and the heights and make sure that you're really calculating it to the best advantage. I'm not.
I think in general, we can iron out all these details when we come back for preliminary. We can have much better models. I think in general, the purpose of this conversation is to get an idea of the neighborhood. You saw the size massing and number of stories on the neighboring structures. And we are proposing to do something that we feel is really in line with that. But of course, we want your support on that. We think this, if we just in general, in theory, can gain an understanding that you guys are open to this exceeding the 16 feet, that tells us a lot. That tells us, because the 16 feet is actually very limiting on architectural styles. This is a style that has large eaves. So in general, if you could just tell us like, maybe we'll support it, or yes, we like this architectural style. We like these type of eaves. We understand that there may be exceeding. And then when we come back next time with a more fully developed plan, we can kind of give you those exact details you're looking for. It's just right now, we kind of just want to understand in general for design purposes, and given this hillside situation and given the limits on the grading and given all these site constraints, would you be open to this direction of where we're looking to go? That's really what we're looking for today.
Well, personally, I'm having more trouble with the southern part of the lower part than with the top part. It seems like the upper part seems to blend better. but again, it is just it's not, I mean, I know the site very well. A client of mine used to own these properties. I've seen it before. And, but it's that part right there that seems to be more visible from below. And in all your renderings, you seem to show it as well. So that's, if you want to just like a quick comment. If the overhangs exceed 16 feet on the upper part, it probably doesn't matter that much. But it's that also the pool and the hedge around the pool, that kind of seems more unnatural than the part sticking out. That's the southern part of the development. I understand that you have to put the hammerhead there because of the 5% slope maximum. So anyway, that's where I am at this point. I would like to see more drawings. I think in some way you are in the right track, but not sure about that southern part. I don't think it's working. That's where I am. It's going to take some time. I hope you understand that it's a complicated, very complicated site. When slopes are 20% and 30%, it's not going to be a couple of visits to this board. It's going to be a relationship developing. And I understand it's expensive, and you're working a lot, and we ask you to work some more. But that's just like the way it is.
We understand that. Again, that's why we're here so early on in the process, is to have that relationship and to have the dialogue, so that we don't get out in front of our skis, as they would say.
I mean, how about John and Robert? Would you like to speak about this, or I mean, am I alone on this? Am I sharing your feelings?
I'm happy to weigh in if you like. First off, I think it's a great design. I appreciate the explanation of the approach on how you've arrived at where you have. I can see the architecture fitting in there. One concern that I have with the architecture is there's a lot of exposed glass. So any features that could help to kind of minimize reflection off of that, or glowing at night, I think would be helpful to kind of fit into this area. But in terms of trying to get comments about exceeding this height limit, I think that the board needs to be presented with elevations and sections that clearly depict where the height limit is at and what sections or what portions of the proposed structure are exceeding it. And I understand you're at a conceptual level here, but for the board to be able to give you positive comments on that type of a thing, I think it has to be explained in a little bit more clear of a way here. So I'll say in general that I'm in support of the project. I just think the board might need a little bit more information to give you the nod on exceeding 16-foot height limits, because it's unclear where exactly that's happening. So that's my comment.
Yeah, and I agree with those comments. I mean, we're repeating ourselves here that, you're asking for something that in concept we would agree to, but we don't understand what it is. And also the comment about the glass is well taken. We try not to have too much glass on south-facing slopes, which give a reflection to the areas below. But, I like the project, I like the architecture, but I don't understand, just what it is that it exceeds. So that's where we are.
Understand.
All right.
You know what? I have to leave.
Okay, very good. All right. Okay, I think we communicated pretty well.
Yeah,
and
I agree with Alex about the southern exposure. You can see it in this rendering here that it is the most prominent and maybe the most problematic for.
And it's not the part. It's not necessarily the part that exceeds 16 feet. It's just like the way it comes out of the hillside. But anyway, well, I think you heard something. Maybe you may want to come with some other data. You don't have to be so prepared. Maybe some kind of, get closer. It's going to be a multiple step process. I think.
Come back for further conceptual.
Yeah.
We'll develop the project further, and answer all your questions and
Mhm.
resubmit.
Okay, very good.
Thank you
Okay.
so much for your time.
Just quick question. Would we be able to come back for preliminary?
No,
No.
no, not yet. No, we're probably gonna have story polls on this and so forth, but it's really too early for story polls, and it's we're gonna need to do that in order to get preliminary.
Okay, understood.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much, and we hope to see you soon.
All right,
Very
have a
good
wonderful
work.
weekend. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, it's the last project, isn't it? Yes, right. Okay, 3 o'clock. Okay, Valerie, I did pretty well. I did the best I could. You're muted.
Do we need a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Alex, you did great.
Those in favor say aye.
Yeah, and you're working right up to it, Robert.
Oh, thanks.
Have
Yeah,
some
very
nominations
nice.
for
Nice.
chairman next time.
Yeah, they're almost there. Okay, guys, see you next time. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you, everybody.